Yo, what is going on? Welcome to our watch along of Super Sunday. We're just finishing off watching the Bristol City game here on Sky. I can't believe how bad the camera angle is. It's fucking awful. It's like somebody's watching FIFA. It doesn't even make the semicircle look like a circle. It looks very much more like an oval. So we're just going to stick the team news up. Me being a muppet, I've lost the team news. There we go. Yeah, so Chelsea going up first. That's the Chelsea lineup. Mendy, James, Silva, Koulibaly, Loftus-Cheek, Gallagher, Jorginho, Cucurella, Mount, Havertz, and then on the Sterling, and on the bench got Kepa, Azpilicueta, Chalobah, Ampadu, Hudson-Odoi, Chilwell, Ziyech, Chukwuemeka, and Pulisic. That bench doesn't look very strong to me. Leeds, though, they don't look all that great either, to be quite honest. There it is there. So they got Messia, Christensen, Koch, Lorente, Struck, Rocker, Adams, Aronson, Rodrigo, Harrison, and James all starting from Subsar, Klassen, Held, Dramak, Klitsch, Greenwood, Forshaw, Sinestra, Somerville, and Geldhart. You can only really look for one way on this. I just only think it's going to be a Chelsea win. So it's certainly, it's certainly a game that I'm leaning towards Chelsea on. Let's have a look at the standings. I mean, in fairness, they're both seventh and eighth respectively. 2 games, both have won one. Both got a goal difference of one. So in terms of that, there's not that much between them, I suppose. But in terms of in actual form, is they're both coming off the back of a draw. Let's have a look at the historical meetings. So recent games between these two. Last in May, it was 3-0 to Chelsea. Last December, Chelsea won 3-2. It was a draw, 0-0 draw in March 21. Back in the 5th of December 2000, Chelsea won 3-1. And on Saturday, 15th of May, I mean, that's going back 2004. So the last 4 games, 3 Chelsea wins, 9 goals Chelsea have scored in the last 4 meetings against Leeds United. It definitely looks like it could be interesting. So they're the lineups. After this game, obviously we've got City Newcastle as well. That promises to be a really exciting game as well. And then tomorrow night we've got the big one. The big one tomorrow night, it is Liverpool versus Manchester City, which I'm really looking forward to. We'll be streaming that one as well. Can see what games we've got coming up at the bottom of the screen. So make sure that you are keeping up to date with what we've got. If you're on YouTube, which we're live on as well, drop a sub on there so you keep up to date. And if you're on Twitch, drop us a follow. Last 2 minutes here in the Bristol City game. We're 10 minutes away from kickoff. It's 2-0 to Bristol City at the moment. I just can't get over how bad this camera angle is. It's kind of, whereas in the Premier League, it's from sort of the side. This is it's kind of vertically down, so it doesn't look right. The pitch looks distorted. It doesn't look great. It really doesn't look great. But hey, who am I to complain? It's football at the end of the day. It's football. To be honest, I don't like Cardiff City. They're one of the teams that I really don't like. Um, okay. 5 minutes left in this game. It's 2-0 to City at the moment. Bristol City, that is. Cardiff look pretty bang average, to be fair. Yeah, looking ahead to this game, my prediction is going to be. Let's get a prediction. What prediction? I've deleted my prediction. I need to open this as well. Get the scoreboard up and running. Just check that it's working. Yeah, sound. It won't let me add the zero. There we go. I don't know why. OBS scoreboard is quite temperamental. I want to keep that on top as well. Okay, so yeah, looking at this game, I can only see a Chelsea win. I do think Chelsea, there's obviously this is silly season, isn't it? You know, you've got the stupid transfers come out at this time of year all the time, and one of them that's coming out is that they're linked with Harry Maguire. If Chelsea spend any money on Harry Maguire, then no, I just don't know what to say. I mean, the thought that Chelsea would actually spend money on a player who has been shown not to be able to cut it at a top club is interesting, to say the least. Especially when they've just signed Koulibaly, instead of be signing another defender who's what the wrong side of 30, which is interesting. Bristol City are through here. Oh, it's a shocking cutback. That's such a poor pass. Nearly 3-0 for Bristol City. That was a shame. Shame it didn't happen. In terms of Leeds, where do they need to strengthen? I still think they need some creativity in the midfield. They've obviously got Daniel James, who, you know, Tim Close is still knocking around. I did not know that. I really didn't. That's what I was going to do. Prediction. Okay, so we're going for Chelsea 2-0, City 4-1. They are our two predictions for the day. Stick them right there. Stick them in red, actually. Yeah, so we're getting with, excuse me, Chelsea 2-0, City 4-1. City just look imperious this season, I must admit. Um, so I don't really quite know. You know, I think with Haaland up front for City, it just since Aguero kind of lost that edge, lost a little bit of pace, a little bit of fitness. They lack that leader up front. And do you know what? With Haaland, he is most definitely the man to be able to lead that line. And I think they're gonna walk the league this season. I don't think Liverpool will be as close. Chelsea, I think it's between Liverpool and Chelsea for second, but I think City are. I'm calling it. We're only 2 games into the season. This is game 3. I'm going to call it that City are going to win the league by about 10 points. I'm going to call that right now. That is my outlandish claim for the season ahead. So if you agree, if you disagree, let me know in the comments. City to win the league by 10 points. And trust me, as a Liverpool fan, that hurts. But realistically, I don't see much else that kind of threaten them. Nunes, I think, will take quite a while to find his feet. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Salah and Diaz, and Diaz is quite young. Nunes is now going to be targeted after his little outburst, shall we say? Yeah, City to win the league by 10 points. I don't think it's that much of an outlandish claim, if I'm honest. I think it's quite a realistic claim. But we are now just minutes away from kickoff. Just waiting for Sky to decide they want to show it. So we're minutes away from kickoff. Teams are out. Here we go. I really. Jack Harrison has created 11 chances. He's leading the Premier League in chances created for Leeds. That is impressive because he's not a player who really kind of shines. He's a player who kind of goes about his business in a way that you don't need to be focused on, I suppose. Mark Cucurella, the 63 million, I think that is daylight robbery by Brighton. They've only signed him because City wanted him, and because Barcelona kept stealing all Chelsea's targets. He's not worth 63 million. But Brighton have done some absolutely banging business there. Really good. It's shocking that Chelsea actually went, yeah, we'll pay that. Um, Sky Sports giving us some stupid facts there. The Tuchel's apparently won all 7 games against Tottenham. Will, it's absolute horse shit because he didn't win last week. And we're about to kick off. Here we go. We're underway. That long diagonal ball from the kickoff is still used. It's proper like 90s football. And 10 seconds in, it's already a free kick to Leeds. It's just left a little bit on him there, I think, accidentally, but Koulibaly's a good player. He's settled into the Premier League quite well in his first 2 games. Sterling's on the attacker early for Chelsea, 30 seconds in, cuts in, takes up. Oh, that was close. 30 seconds in, and Sterling should have made it 1-0 for me there. He has got to score. He's really got to do better. He should hit it here. Instead, he takes another touch, and that's where Sterling lets himself down. His finishing isn't good enough. Somebody like Salah, Diaz, and you'd expect to score there, and you kind of expect Sterling to, but he misses 5 before he scores 1. But it should be 1-0. Koulibaly taking no prisoners there. He's just putting that ball out of play. That was a good tackle. And have Jorginho, he's he's like wet spaghetti, Jorginho. He's floppy. He flops all the time. It's yeah, he really irritates me. I just think you're better than that. Why are you flopping? Leeds are putting their foot in. They're not letting Conor Gallagher have any time. They're trying to rough up the young lad, which is the right way to go about it. If he has time, he'll pick passes. He's not a bad player. Leeds have started well though. Chelsea have had that one attack, but Leeds look good when they look to attacking quite quickly, and they're putting pressure on Leeds all the time. Chelsea, sorry, lots and lots of pressure. Good again. Koulibaly is an old-fashioned defender. I really like him. He doesn't take any mess in. Everything is just cleared. If he gets the chance to put it away, he puts it away. Um, yeah, you've got to love that kind of defending. You really do. Chance for Leeds. Oh, that's shocking. Daniel James has just put it 20, 25 yards over the bar, I think. It's not even close. It is bang average, to be fair. The Leeds fans are probably one of the most intimidating. I've been to Ellen Road, and they are one of the most intimidating sets of fans around. Leeds on the attack again. Conor Gallagher's been sat down in the box. Chance here. Oh, straight at Mendy. But again, Leeds looking good. 3 and 4 minutes into the game, and Leeds have settled. How different it could be if Sterling had actually taken that chance. But Leeds have settled now. That's a good header. Good from Conor Gallagher. You can see he left his leg there for the contact. He didn't need to. Sterling on the attack. Good feet from Sterling. Chance for Reece James. That's Loftus Cheek, sorry. And he takes like 6 touches. That's so poor. He just had to hit it first time. It was actually running quite nicely for him. He could have just smashed it. But yeah, he didn't. Just seen it again. 1, 2. Yeah, it's poor. Really is. He had to hit it first time. So corner to Chelsea. Here we go. That's so. I said it, and I've said it in pretty much every watch along I've done. Premier League footballers can't take corners because they can never beat the first man. And I don't know if it's that managers are picking the wrong corner takers because Mason Mount can't take a set piece. His corner there was only about 10 yards off the ground. Not even that actually, probably 6 at its most. So when it reaches that first defender, it's coming down, and you should be able to take a set piece as a Premier League footballer. Loftus Cheek has left it on him there. He's going to get booked here, I think. He has left it on him. That's naughty. And the thing is, because he jumps up, it's actually the elbow which goes into the defender's face. Dangerous. I think he's got away with a booking there, if I'm honest. And I don't agree with Tuchel being on the touchline either. He shouldn't be there for me. I mean, Jesse, what's everybody's thoughts on Jesse March? Because for me, he's come in and he's done really well. You know, he had to change so much from when Bielsa was there, and that's impressive to be able to come in and do it without any issues. It really is. All that from the lead goalkeeper. Bucarella's done well there though. Sterling just loses it. He's spinning around, but just, footballers are soft these days. And you can't tell me it's because that they get hurt because you see footballers lower down the leagues not reacting like these guys and they wear the same boots. Cleared by Masia then, so chance for Chelsea won it back. Lee, who's got the ball? Leeds are on the ball, just coming over the halfway line. This is a chance for Leeds here. That's a it's so close. I thought it was going through to Daniel James, but it didn't quite get through. That was good play. Loftus Cheek is getting run here. Oh, Mendy's just cleared. He gets there. Oh, Leeds look good on the attack. They really do. They attack with pace, and they're exciting to watch. Oh, that was well read. Koch has just read that and got there in front of Sterling. Oh, Koulibaly got to be booked for that. That's shocking. He's got to be booked. Aronson has left Koulibaly for dead, and Koulibaly's tried to swap shirts with him 8 minutes into the game. I mean, you can see why Aronson's upset because he's got a chance to run at the box. It's a cynical foul. It's a shocking yellow card. It's the right decision. You can't. It's a cynical foul to stop the play. Aronson just a little bit kind of hot-headed, but fits in well with that Leeds kind of ethos of fighting and kind of developing and pushing for to get better. He seems like a good player. Harrison crossing, good clear by James. That Leeds currently have more possession than Chelsea. I didn't expect that. I mean, I've called it. I've predicted 2-0 to Chelsea, and Leeds have started so well. They've kind of shocked me. I just expected Chelsea to be better than they're playing. I'd like to, I don't understand how Chelsea kind of for the players Chelsea have, they should do better in my opinion. Gallagher, I think it's a foul for the one on Cucurella. I don't think it's a foul for the one on Gallagher. I think that's what the referee's saying. He played. There was no advantage played. Oh, that was poor. That was by Reece James. Chance for Harrison to pressurise him. Done well there, Harrison. Really done well. Leeds have settled so much better than Chelsea. Chelsea look a little bit nervous. They're trying to do everything really quickly. They don't need to do that. Good ball by Koulibaly. That it's interesting to see Loftus Cheek playing as a right wing back as well because he's a central attacking midfielder by trade. Yeah, that's where he played when he played for Palace. Be interesting to see how he gets on because at the moment he isn't doing very well. I think Conor Gallagher is struggling with the pace of the game, and Leeds are it's whether Leeds can keep this pace up for the entire game, this intensity. Because under Bielsa, I would have said yes. Under Marsh, I don't know. Leeds have got it again, and Chelsea just yeah. For the players they've got in attack, I think they should be doing better for me. but it's getting the ball to the attack, I think, which is proving quite difficult for them. Good ball out by Cucurella. Oh, he's offside. Kai Havertz is offside. You can see all along the line there. There's no need to be offside. It's a lazy football. It really is. Chelsea need to settle here. I think Chelsea get a goal, it'll put the nerves. But not even that. Chelsea just need a really good chance, I think, to settle them down. Leeds have settled really well. You can tell they're at home. They've got the crowd behind them, and they are doing. They're playing as Leeds play, I suppose. This is why I don't bet though, because I always expect the big teams will turn up and actually turn up. And I swear to God, every time I back a big team, they never turn up. City will probably lose today because I backed them. It's the reason I don't do it. If I was a betting man, I'd be paying Ladbrokes' CEO's bloody bonuses. That was well played. Really, really well played by Christensen. Sterling was the wrong side of him, but he managed to get the ball anyway. He did really well. Be interesting to see how Raheem Sterling does now. He's going to be playing every game pretty much for Chelsea, so it'll be interesting. At City, he wasn't really the main man. I think at Chelsea, he has the chance to be. They're still looking for somebody to replace Hazard for me, and Sterling could be that player. He's good enough on his day if he can improve his finishing and become more clinical, which is doable. It got better under Pep than it was at Liverpool. At Liverpool, it was poor. Oh, it's poor. Sterling's through here. That's a really good ball. He scores. Oh, he's offside. I just called it as well that Sterling was looking good, and yeah, let's see. Yeah, he is offside. He's offside. Thought I had it. I thought I'd like given him the kiss of luck there, but no, no. He yeah, never mind. That was a really good finish from Sterling. No, Chelsea now need to use that as confidence. That is a good opportunity. They got in behind. Kai Havertz trying to do too much and take on four players. Just pass the ball. There's no need to be doing that. Football's a team game. He won the ball well there, but is that Harrison? Yet Harrison's come back and got it. What's he going to get? No, it's a poor pass from Harrison. Really poor pass. Interesting that Rodrigo's captain for Leeds. I'm presuming Luke Ayling's injured because he's not on the bench either. That was a nice touch. Daniel James has just completely ballsed all that up there and slowed it right down. He's lucky to have played for Man United, I think, Daniel James. I think if he'd stayed at Swansea, he'd probably be playing League One football now. He's not good enough to be a Premier League footballer for me. He's kind of living off that reputation he got at United. I used to say it's not because he played for United. I used to say something about Theo Walcott. Theo Walcott was never good enough to be an England footballer. Never mind a Premier League footballer. He was all pace, no end product. He looked really good when he was younger. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't rate him. There are better players. Put it that way. Such good players from Leeds, just keeping the ball, resetting, and Chelsea can't get near them at the moment. That's poor pass though. Bar leaves the ball and he play. There you go. Oh, Chelsea just. Oof. That was good from Chelsea, to be fair. Took their time, picked the right passes, and they played out from the back. Mendy, what's he doing here? Chelsea are just playing themselves into a bit of pressure here now, and they've given the ball away. Chelsea look just trying to be too clever. You know, why are we resetting for offside there? The ball. That's shocking. I read I read a comment on social media today that high press, doesn't work in the Premier League. And I'm watching Leeds today, I was pointing out, it was a Man United fan. Man United fan said high press in the Premier League doesn't work, and the reason is because United are trying to do it and they can't do it because they don't have players who won't do it. It's not that it doesn't work. You look Chelsea, look at Leeds today. Their entire team is high press. They constantly, as a team, they go as one, they press, and they do that really really well. With United, when you've got the likes of Ronaldo playing and people like that, Ronaldo won't press. Fernandez won't press. So it doesn't work. Rashford doesn't press. When you've got three of your outfield 10 not pressing, your high press disappears because it's easy enough to play out. And that's what happened against Brentford. The high press didn't work for United. The high press for Brentford worked really well. And I'm hoping it was the same tomorrow for Liverpool. But Liverpool have been shocking as well. And if United suddenly get that high press right, Liverpool will be under pressure because against Fulham and against Palace, the high press for those two teams was better. Tuchel's not happy though. He's spitting his dummy again because of a poor pass, not because of something the other manager's done today. Though, give that time. Havertz penalised for a high foot by the looks of it, or coming back from an offside position. Rodrigo's onside. Good effort. Probably about 5 or 6 yards wide, but it was a good effort. Took it first time. The Leeds are outplaying Chelsea at the moment. You know, touch on the chest just to kind of stop it bouncing, and then hits it. How far wide is it? Do we reckon? Yeah, maybe about 4 yards wide. But the effort's there. Chelsea are being outplayed. You know, Cucurella's, yeah, he's flopped a bit there for me. He's flopped. Let us know in the comments what you think, how the games are going. If you're not watching the Chelsea game and you know watching one of the other games, let us know how that one's going. We'll check the scores in them as the day goes on as well. West Ham Brighton's also 0-0. No goals in either game. Ooh, Brighton have just scored actually, as I said it. Chelsea on the attack here. Havertz. Good save, really good save by Malia, but Brighton have just taken the lead at West Ham. Wow, as I said it was 0-0. Alex McAllister scored. That's a good save from Melia. Really good save. Gets down too well and palms it wide. It's a good effort. That's a better corner by Mount, but there's nobody. That was a better corner, but nobody challenging for it. Maybe I was wrong about Mount, but then if you can only do that 1 out of 4, it's not good enough. Conor Gallagher with probably one of the worst passes I've seen this weekend. Is he good enough for Chelsea? I know he's a Chelsea homegrown. He's been there since he was 8 years old, and I get that. But is he good enough for Chelsea, or are they just keeping him because he's English? Because we now know that they've got to have so many English players registered and so many homegrown. I think it's classed as not English. I think this season will tell. If he doesn't do much this season, I think he'll be sold in the summer. It was a penalty at West Ham as well. A penalty. So Havertz is. Oh, it's Mount. Sorry, not Mount. Mason Mount wins the ball back. Leeds have done that really well. Mount just switched on when the defenders had fallen asleep, and that's all. It didn't take long for it to go from the halfway line to the edge of the 6 yard box. Havertz has got it now. Cucurella has had quite a good game, to be fair, but that's a dreadful pass from Havertz. The Chelsea are under so much pressure; they're rushing everything. There's no composure by any of them. I can't believe how poor Chelsea look. Daniel James has got to be better there. It's got to be stronger because Koulibaly's beat him to the ball. And it puts Leeds back under pressure that they don't need to be under. That's silly. Really silly to run into the back of Loftus Street there. You're not going to win that ball. You've just got to stay patient. You've got to wait. He flicks it round, yeah, and you've got your knee in his back of his leg. It's going to be a free kick every day of the week. And twice on a Sunday, apparently. Are they going to take this again? Our referee wasn't happy that it wasn't in the right place. So we are 25 minutes into the game. No goals, but we have had one ruled out for offside. Sterling. Sterling going to get there? No, well defended. Really well defended. But Cucurella's going to beat Christensen to the ball. Good defending again, though. Conor Gallagher just seems to be running down blind alleys all the time for me. Went to corner, though. Oh, he's given a goal kick. I thought that was a corner. I thought that was a corner. I think even Leeds thought that was a corner because the defender's laughing. Adams is giggling to him. See, I think when that happens, you kind of know that it was a corner. There's too much honesty, maybe. The Chelsea are just starting to come into the game now, but they're still rushing that final ball due to the pressure from Leeds. Maybe I think Leeds have just taken a step backwards. It's like the pressure's not as high as it was. So Good clearance by Melia. Leeds have got to win that second ball. Nobody goes there, and Conor Gallagher to Aronson and Daniel James just not sure he was going to go for the ball. It turned out neither of them. Bukaria with a really poor pass. Melia's just trying to slow the game down a little bit. You can see that Chelsea are getting a foothold in it now. Leeds are just a little bit further off the pace than they were at the start of the game. To YouTube. I'm still doing it to sort of like dual stream. That's a good ball. Aronson that's a corner. Yeah, Koulibaly's giving a corner away here. This is going to be interesting. We're going to see a good corner. That's what we want to know because we never see good corners in the Premier League. Even the Spurs goal yesterday came from a shocking corner. Wasn't going to beat the first man. They were lucky that Perisic got ahead of him, but it was a poor corner. That's a really good corner actually. Aronson's taking a good corner there. Is there a reason that we're not why Mendy had not got the ball? What's going on? Chelsea on the attack here. Poor. Just so that last pass, the final ball that needs a little bit of quality is being rushed. Reminiscent of Spurs yesterday. Oh, Jack Harrison, what a little bit of play that is, but that's the little bit of skill was good. He left Thiago Silva for the head, but the pass let him down. He could have played it on the floor. Just didn't need to do what he did. But Leeds are still having their moments. They're not playing as a high intensity as they were for the first 20 minutes, and Chelsea are taking advantage of that now. But once he gets maybe 30, 40 yards from goal, Rodrigo not happy. I don't think that was a foul. I think it was a shoulder barge, and I think is it Loftus Cheek that Reece James. See there for me, Reece James actually steps across Rodrigo, so it's Reece James that stops him getting to the ball. He's not protecting the ball. And in every other game this weekend, every other game so far this season, that's been allowed. He's got to. The thing is now the ref's got to stick with this for the whole game. He can't punish that one and not punish the rest because if he does, Aronson, oh, he's left Jorginho for dead. Running at the Chelsea back line now. Plays it to Rodrigo. Rodrigo shoots, but straight at Mendy. Daniel James was in the middle. It's greed from Rodrigo, that is. There was never a shot on. It's interesting Leeds don't appear to be missing Rafinha. He's obviously now at Barcelona. That's a great tackle. Really good tackle. Oh, it's such a poor pass. Loftus Cheek looks like he's getting up like he's been hit by a bus when the reality is he was cleanly tackled. Jesus. Chelsea, Leeds are playing really well, but it's going to be if Leeds win this, it's the first win I think for like 20 years possibly over Chelsea. Obviously, they had a period of time out of the Premier League as well. But oh my days, Mendy, you've had a shocker. You've had a shocker, son. And do you know what? It's 1-0 to Leeds. Oh my days, what's he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Oh my god, that's awful. I said that they've been closing the Leeds players. Leeds players have been closing down. And do you know what? If you are watching this and you can watch it tonight on Match of the Day, this is shocking. The ball's played back to him by Silva, and Aronson just doesn't close it down. He tries. I don't know what he's trying to do. It's almost like he gets caught between dummy and a Cruyff, and Aronson. Oh wow, 1-0. Oh, every time you see that goal, the worse it gets. And Jesse Marsh, the celebrations, oh, every time you see this goal, it's going to be worse. It's so bad. Mendy is not a footballer. Not a goalkeeper. Sorry, you can trust with his feet. Great shot stopper, but he's not. He's not an Allison. He's not an Edison. Oh, foul given. Foul given. Daniel James went down like he'd been shot, and I think Koulibaly might have clipped him. We're going to see the replay. I think he just kind of clips his Achilles. Chelsea is starting to lose the plot a little bit here. There's a little bit of anger. We've got to remember Koulibaly's on a yellow card as well. This is going to be really interesting now, the end of this game. Well, 21 years. 21 years without a win against Chelsea, and they're now winning 1-0. The only thing you would say is, I said it in the Spurs game yesterday, Spurs couldn't be as bad as they were second half, and they went. Chelsea can't be as bad as they've been second half. Silva clears. Throw into Leeds. This is a really good. 10 minutes before half time, Chelsea are just looking on the ropes. Leeds have got a chance here. It's it honestly. What's he? He's booked Sterling, has he? No, he's booked Sterling. Okay. It's a dive. That's not a foul at all. And Sterling's been booked for it. What's he been booked for? Oh, it was further back. I don't think he actually showed what he's given the foul for. Because when he goes down, there isn't any contact. It's definitely a simulation. It's almost like he's gone down because he feels he needs to. But a free kick to Leeds, 36 minutes. 2-0 at half time could be interesting. My prediction's out the window. It's 2-0. Oh my god, it's 2-0. Well, I called 2-0, but I called Chelsea 2-0. So we're going to strike this one out. No, it's not going to let me strike it out for some reason. Wow. I did just that's a great header. What a header that is. That's a really good goal. A really good ball in, and what a header. 2-0 to Leeds. 8 minutes before half time. Chelsea are not at the races whatsoever. Tuchel looks like he swallowed a wasp. He really does. But oh my God, what a goal that was! Really good ball in. Really, really good header. Mendy stood no chance. Corner to Chelsea here. I mean, one thing you would say is that obviously Leeds were leading 2-0 last week and they didn't win. You know, there's still 50 minutes to play, 55, 52 minutes of football left, plus added on time. Still time for Chelsea, but oh my God, this is what this game needed. Leeds have brought this game to life. The crowd are rocking. Wow. Mount takes the corner. Good header by Silva, but Koulibaly keeps it in. Cucurella with a really poor ball in, and Leeds get it clear. It's that final ball every time for Chelsea is just really, really average. There's no quality. Loftus Cheek, Cucurella, and do you know what? That's the first time there's been a really good final. So the actual ball from Loftus Cheek was good. Cucurella, he just needed to put his laces through it. Instead, he's trying to place it in the bottom corner, and he's put it about 3 yards wide. It's no lazy. It's lazy football. You just gotta not hit and hope, but just get your head over the ball, get your body over it, and strike through the ball. Don't try and place it because you don't commit when you try and place it. In my opinion. I think he was Leeds are on the attack here. That's good from Silva. There's still 5 minutes to play. There is a chance Leeds could get another goal here, and if Leeds get another goal, it's game over for me. Oh, there's just no foul there. There's absolutely no foul there. Mm-hmm. Connor Atkinson is a little bit of a play actor for me. He's looked good in spits and spurts today, though. Some of his passing's been good, but some of it has been really poor. Like you wouldn't expect to see some of the stuff he's done in a championship game, in my opinion. The only good thing for him is he seems to be going under the radar a little bit. He's not one of these English players who are hyped, I suppose. So that's positive for him. He can develop. See, for me, there, that's not a foul either. He knocks the ball well past the Leeds defender. There's no chance the Leeds defender can stop the collision. It's a 50-50 ball. And it shouldn't be a foul. But wow, 2-0 to Leeds. This game has opened up for sure. Aronson has been amazing. He's had such a good game. Um, You know, you've got to you've got to be impressed with somebody who he's been playing for Salzburg. He's come over to the Premier League and he's just found his feet. Whereas you look at the other side of it, Minamino came from Salzburg, didn't ever find his feet in the Premier League. Jesse Marsch has got a way of playing that suits him down to the ground, and that first goal is through nothing more than just desire to get on the get in there and pressure and he gets the rewards for it. And you know that's what is needed, isn't it? Sometimes looks like a nasty bit of a headache he's going to have. Conor Gallagher does look like he's about 40. He looks a lot older than, was he 22, 23, something like that? He looks a lot older than that. Sterling with a good turn. He's left the defender there to Cucurella. So chance here for Chelsea. 43 minutes played. And Chelsea are now on the attack. So are we going to see there? That to me there is no different to what happened with Gallagher in the middle of the field. Sterling's knocked it past him. He's collided and he doesn't give a free kick. So you can't give a free kick for one and not for the other. The difference is there's not as much force because it's not really a 50-50 ball. It's a defender jockeying. Mount with the corner though. Cleared by the first man again. So that's 4 corners he's taken with 1 good one. Just say 1 in 4 corners one in 4 good set pieces does not make you a set piece taker. Sterling. Adams has read that really well. Gallagher's taken about 4 touches before he makes a really easy pass that's been on the whole time. I look at some of the midfielders that Chelsea have had, and Gallagher just doesn't excite me. If he was playing for my team, he wouldn't excite me. Rodrigo has come back and absolutely smashed the ball into row Z. He is not taking any messing round. What's Cucurella doing? The ball's already gone for a throw in. He's fighting with the subs for the ball. The ball's already in play. Get on with it. Wally. Daniel James, good turn. Poor pass. That's something he's never had. He's never been able to really pass the ball. If he didn't play for United, if he'd stayed at Swansea, he probably wouldn't be playing in the Championship now. He'd probably be in League One because he's quick, and in League One he'd make a difference. But in Championship football, it's becoming more and more like the Premier League, where it's technical. I don't think he suits it. He's still living off his reputation for me. It's a little bit like Adama Traore, very quick but very little end product. Traore's the same. How the hell Barcelona wanted Traore, I don't know. Two minutes of added on time. We're in injury time now. After Sheet does well, Mason Mount. And Leeds are just pushing them back. Sterling, chance to run, puts inside, looks to shoot. Really well defended by Leeds. Got a man on him all the time. Oh, Reece James has had a shocker. That's shocking. That really is poor. I can see these Chelsea players are about to get probably the biggest bollocking of their career because they've been average. And that's me being really nice. They've been average. So, pretty shocking. Like, see what I do need to do. Leeds on the attack though. Aronson shoots. Oh, do you know what? If that had gone in, it would not have shocked me. Remember, guys, stick around because we will be doing the City Newcastle game after this as well. That's a good. That was a really good ball, but Mason Mount's touch let him down. And that is half time. So that is half time. What we do want to do can get the scoreboard ready for the next game after this one. See how big that is? Perfect. Sound. So we're ready for the game after this, which will be City versus Newcastle. Erling Haaland promising to deliver. It's half time. It's 2-0 to Leeds. What a half of football. I genuinely did not see that coming. Oh my God. I'm a little bit shocked. But I think it opens the game up now. Second half is going to be incredible. There is something I do want to say, obviously, at half time. I found out during the first half that unfortunately Tyson Fury's cousin, Rico Burton, has been stabbed stabbed to death, apparently. Just reading the story now. Apparently he's 31 years old. It's really sad, stuff like that, but you know, yeah, it's shit. Shouldn't that kind of thing shouldn't be happening. Let's get some stats up. Um, I'm just going to get the stats up for the game as well. Hopefully it'll fit in here. Lovely. Let's make them a bit bigger, shall we? So we've got the stats. So Chelsea have actually dominated possession, 59%, but they've only had one shot on target. Whereas you look at Leeds, 5 shots on target, doing really well. You've got to really then look at kind of passes. Obviously, Chelsea have dominated possession. They really have, but they've done nothing with it. If I was Tuchel, I'd be I wouldn't be very happy. I'd be looking at these stats here and thinking, what do we have to do? Because you know, realistically, let's make this a bit bigger. It's pretty about like that. It's pretty poor from Chelsea. It really is. The first goal is shocking. The goalkeeper needs to really have a long, hard look at himself. If I was Tuchel, I'd be tearing a strip off him. Biggest thing for me is a goalkeeper keeps the ball out of his net and messing around with it 2 yards off his line leads to the goal. The second goal can't really be helped. I think it's a silly challenge from Sterling. I didn't really see what the free kick was for, if I'm honest. And he got booked for it, so obviously he's done something. But it was such a good header. It was a really, really good header. And there needs to be a lot of credit for that header. I think is yeah, that was really, really good football from him. I mean, there's Shay Given in the studio saying how Mendy's disappointed with himself. Yeah, he bloody should be because it was crap. you know, I'm surprised he hasn't had been. If Kepa wasn't so bad, he'd probably get dropped. Kepa is that bad, you know. So we'll leave those stats up though for the second half. Well, my prediction of Chelsea 2-0 is out of the window. You know, Leeds they've played brave football. They've played really well. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. Let's see if there's any. Got a little bit of team news for Newcastle. Apparently, Ryan Fraser, sorry, is going to be fit. He's recovered from a back spasm. Matty Target could be back. Dan Burn will probably be at left back. Sergio Gomez has been named in the matchday squad for City as well. And Calvin Phillips and Cole Palmer are back after minor injuries. So it looks like we could see an exciting City team. So in terms of the West Ham Brighton game, let's have a look at that. Brighton are winning 1-0 at half time after a penalty. Did I see some ridiculous stat there that it's something like 15? There you go. Brighton are unbeaten in the last 15 Premier League matches in which they've scored the opening goal. And the team that started that run off was West Ham. Chelsea trail at half time in a Premier League game for the first time since their final match of the 2020-2021 season, which was against Villa, and they lost 2-1. They've gone 40 successive fucking hell, 40 successive matches. Yeah, that's shocking. Without trailing at the break, that's impressive as well. But wow, I really need to put my teeth back in. And yeah, that has not helped me. Well, that has been clipped and that is going up because I clearly just forgot how to speak. Um, so yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, guys, let us know what you think. Do you expect to see a City comeback? Sorry, Chelsea comeback? I'm having a bad day, aren't I? I've got the next game on my mind all the time. Do you expect to see a Chelsea comeback? The only thing for Chelsea fans that you've got to kind of take into account is that you can't be as bad as you've just been. That's a positive to look at. You can't be as bad as you've just been. If you are as bad as you've just been, then this score is going to get wider because realistically, you've got to do something. And I don't know what to suggest, but yeah. Okay. I'm looking forward to the second half. It promises to be good. Yeah, it promises to be a really good half of football. We'll be back in a second, guys, and then we will carry on with the second half. So, back in a second. Oh, wrong fucking screen. There we go. Fucking hell, wrong screen. There we go. Doom, 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 doom. So tomorrow night we are going to be streaming Liverpool Man United. This promises to be an absolute banger as well because both teams can't afford to lose. Both teams cannot afford to lose. Then on Wednesday night, I think we're going to do PSV versus Rangers. So we have got some games coming up for you to tune into. Make sure you do because they do promise to be, they do promise to be exciting games. Especially the Rangers one. It's 2-2 after the first leg, and the winner goes through to the Champions League. So there's a hell of a lot on the line in that game. I'm looking forward to it. I love Jesse Marsh's passion though. I really do. That can't be right. That can't be right. They've just said on Sky that Chelsea have never won a Premier League game from 2-0 down. Let's have a look. It doesn't. I can't find anything. Interested if that's true. So an hour and a half to go before the City game. We'll be live for that as well. So same lineup, second half. We're about to kick off. Make sure I start the clock. Here we go. We are underway. If Leeds start like they started the first half, I can see it being a very hard game for Chelsea. But we'll see. Has Loftus-Cheek been moved into more of a central midfield role? Because it looks like Reece James is playing right back now. I think they have. They've changed formation. Chelsea have gone with a four at the back. I mean, why have you come to Leeds and why have you come to Leeds and play a back five? It doesn't make sense. Loftus-Cheek now playing alongside Jorginho. It looks like Conor Gallagher's been pushed further up the field as well. I mean, the only thing I can think that's to do is so they can keep the ball because although they've had 60% of possession, they actually keep giving the ball away constantly. And Cucurella moaning about a handball. I mean, it looked like a handball, so I don't know what he's moaning about. Oh, what is the Chelsea? How is that a Chelsea throw? That's never a Chelsea throw in. Well defended by Christensen. Ball's going over his head. He just gets there. He's such a big lad that he will outjump Sterling every day of the week. Conor Gallagher goes down far too easily. Loftus-Cheek. This is good play from Chelsea. Cucurella has put it over the bar. Oh, it was such good build-up, but it's that last ball again. It's that pass or shot. It should. It's so poor, Cucurella. Cucurella's only got one thing on his mind when he gets the ball, and it is to have a shot. And I understand that he wants to have a shot, but yeah, needs to do better for me. He really does. Barley's read that well, but he's only give it back to Adams. And it's given away. But again, Leeds have started so well. The intensity's there. They're pressing. It's really good football. Clever football. They're doing. I mean, Chelsea aren't even willing to match them for effort at the moment. I don't think that's criminal. If you can't match a team for effort, then you'll never win because you can have all the skill in the world, but if you don't try, it's such an old saying, but it still rings true even in 2022. That is a great ball. Rodrigo got the wrong side of Koulibaly and knew he was going to hit it, but corner ball was really, really good. Stats not updating. What we'll do is get some different stats up there for the City game. Maybe a live update. I think we can get them on Bookie's website. That's a poor corner. Doesn't beat the first man. Rodrigo gets there though. There's still a pressure on, but it's Aronson, Marcus Llorente, clever, but he doesn't get there. And Sterling, it's now 2-on-2 for Chelsea. This is a really good attack. If Sterling can play the right ball, he's played it to Fucking hell, Chelsea are average. Cucurella has gone down looking for that, and it's offside anyway. That's even better. Cucurella is looking for that. It's not a foul for me. Chelsea again struggling. Leeds United, sorry, are playing so well. The pace is back up from Leeds. It dropped a little bit first half before they scored, but I think what they know what they're doing, saving a bit of energy in the legs. Good ball by Mount to Cucurella. Cucurella plays it back. Mount did well there, made himself available for the ball back because he had to. Loftus Cheek, chance to shoot. That's offside, and Gallagher's missed it anyway. Even Gallagher's got to do better there. I know he's offside. They're both offside when Cheek hits it. I think. Let's have a look. In fairness, he's not, but Sterling is. He's got to do better. He should hit it first time again. He should just put his laces through it, and he doesn't. It's not a foul. I don't think the referees. I think it's Stuart Atwell. He's not been very good today. He's had a poor game. Some of these fouls should be allowed to let go. So yeah, when trading 2 goals at half time, 45 games, Chelsea have never won one. They've only drawn 3, so 42 defeats from this position for Chelsea. That's shocking that in 45 games they've never been able to overturn it. I think Leeds can be quite confident they're going to get their first win in 2 decades against Chelsea here. And they're playing really well. That wasn't a free kick either for me, though. Daniel James knocks it past Cucurella and runs into him. He doesn't try to get past him. And again, it's something I've seen let go so far this season. So Atwell's the only referee I've seen pull it up today. Are they gonna keep that in? Oh, he does as well. Well played. Christensen's done well there. I would love Leeds to get another goal. I must admit. That was a good ball by Mendy to Cucurella. Really good pass. I think Mendy's probably had the right read to him as well. I don't think you'll see him passing the ball and trying to do throw turns and dummies. I think how it's just going to be put your foot through it and get rid of it. Because if they've got Pepper on the bench, she's a £75 million goalkeeper, 80 million was it? You know, at what point do they say we're going to give you a go? At what point do they say we're going to sell you? Kepa at one point was thought of like as Spain's next number one, and he doesn't even get football anymore. He's a bit part player. He was really highly thought of before he comes to the Premier League. You don't just become a bad player overnight. One thing Chelsea need before the end of the transfer window is a striker. Lukaku and Werner are both gone, and both have started scoring goals. In Germany and Italy respectively. They don't have a striker. They've signed That's a good ball. Aronson, he's done well here. That's so poor though. So poor. And then it's a silly foul. The linesman doesn't give that though. The linesman doesn't give the foul there. It's the referee gives it and then the linesman flags. At what point do you go, well, you're going to do your job? I mean, the one thing I would say is at some point you have to be able to break the cycle, and breaking the cycle of not being able to return this is going to happen at some point. I just don't think today is the day. Chelsea don't have any strikers. That's a good ball. Harrison, oh, and Loftus-Cheek has done so well. He's tracked the run all the way. That's really good. Harrison came out of nowhere, but Loftus-Cheek matched him. They just said on Sky as well. Leeds, it goes back to what I said about effort rather than skill. Leeds outran Chelsea by 6 kilometres. That's not skill. That's just down to pure effort and willingness to put the hard yards in. If and Chelsea aren't willing to do that, well, they weren't in the first half. Let's see if they'll do second. Good corner in by Harrison, deep. Sterling gets there first. Oh, Adams has hit a rocket. I don't know who that's hit, but lucky, I think. Melee cleans that up. That's really good play, and it's back down to the Chelsea end. I'd like to know if that effort from Adams was on target, because I think it was. I don't think Mendy would have saved it if it was. It had some power on it. This cheek chance here. Reece James to Conor Gallagher. Surprised he hasn't gone down there, if I'm honest. Corner ball. I'm surprised Gallagher didn't go down. There seems to be a little bit of a contact, but hmm. So Chelsea, Leeds are still out, even in the second half. So they're outrunning Chelsea again. There's currently 9 kilometres more that Leeds have ran than Chelsea. So again, that Chelsea aren't showing a willingness to put the effort in, and you need to be closing that gap down. If you're outrunning a team by 9, 10 kilometres, which Leeds are doing, you'll win the game. And it shows fitness in Leeds, in the Leeds team is amazing. It's one of the leftovers you'd think from the Bielsa era, but Jesse Marsh has carried that on. Obviously, it's probably quite an Americanized thing that you put the hard yards in and you will run and you will do what we need you to do, and it's impressive. It's like a team of James Milners. Or really poor pass from Cucurella. It went straight to Jack Harrison. He's showing his worth every. Oh, that's lovely. How has he done that there? Rodrigo, and are they gonna lose it here? Done well to keep it. Jack Harrison has been an absolute star so far today. He's definitely my man of the match so far. He's been amazing. Leeds have just slowed it down here, and Chelsea are back. But there's 2 or 3 yards between Leeds and Chelsea players when Leeds have got the ball. It's not like that the other way around. Jack Harrison, honestly, oh, he's he's pulling. Oh, Havertz is down. Llorente's been beaten too easily there. Havertz has got a chance to run, but good defending by Leeds. Good by Sterling, Cucurella. Good ball in, but no one there. Nobody there. Tuchel needs to take Conor Gallagher off. Who's he got on the bench? Let's have a look. Hudson Odoi, Zayat. I mean, you could bring Zayat on maybe and play him instead of Conor Gallagher. Um, Pulisic, you could bring on. He needs to change something because Conor Gallagher has offered nothing. So he really needs to be changing that for me. So we've got half an hour left of the game. If Chelsea don't score soon, then I think it's game over. I mean, what defending that was. Cock has had a good game as well. Llorente's looked a bit ropey, but Cock's had a really good game at centre back. The offside? That's really tight, but the linesman's right on it, so give him the benefit of the doubt. Pulisic is getting ready to come on, apparently, and Ziyech as well. So I've called it Pulisic and Ziyech. I think you'll see Havertz go off and Conor Gallagher. I think they'd be surprised if I see Sterling go off just because he's like the one runner. He's the one man with pace or getting behind. I'd have him stay on the field if I was them, but I'm not them. So we'll see. Leeds are phenomenal. Pulisic and Ziyech are going to come on them. Tuchel looks like a geography teacher on a school trip. He looks lost. Let's see what he comes on for. 23 for 10. Conor Gallagher's coming off, so there's one I've called. Havertz may be the next one. Let's see. There's Jorginho for Ziyech. I'm surprised by that. I don't really rate Havertz as a line leader. Just don't. Yeah. Thiago Silva getting the armband there. That's the big difference. Pulisic and Ziyech will run, and that's what Chelsea are lacking. They're lacking runners. It's got to be near probably 10 kilometres now that Spurs are outrunning them by. It's very reminiscent of the Brentford game. Brentford Man United, where Brentford, I think it was 15 kilometres Brentford outran Man United by. To the point where Ten Hag had the United players in training on the Sunday running the distance. Might be more than that, actually. Good save. Really good save from Meslier. Good hit by James. Must be 28 yards, 30 yards out, and good save. That's a really good save. Actually, I'm sure I read somewhere it's 30 kilometres that Brentford outrun Man United by. Koulibaly straight at Meslier. Easy save for him. That's a great pass. But again, Dan James, I've said it all game, he's got pace, he'll get him behind. He does not have the ability to create decent end product. And I believe, I just don't think he's good enough. Again, Dan James, he runs down a blind alley and it ends up going out for a goal kick. He's not good enough. There are better players out there who are quick than him. I think he struggles when he plays for Wales. If he was really that good, he'd stand out. Aaron Ramsey stood out, Gareth Bale. These players do stand out in average teams. I don't think he does. He doesn't stand out in the Leeds team. Jack Harrison's outshining him. Jack Harrison came up from the Championship with Leeds. That's good. That's going for a corner as well. Clever from Leeds. They didn't slow the play down. They got it back into play as quickly as they could from the throw in. Thiago Silva's a machine. Only 37 years old and he's still putting a shift in. One to Leeds. 66 minutes played. Harrison takes it. Sterling, that's not a foul. It's not a foul. It's not. And the referee lets it go. It's a really heavy touch. Adams gets there in front of him and they run into each other. It's not a foul. Tyler Adams has had a very good game. That was good. That really good tackle. Rodrigo trying to be clever. No need for it. Just simple football. Play on. They've got the ball. He's a long way offside, Reece James. And again, he's looking across the line. So he's looking directly to the defenders and he's here and they're there. So it's lazy football. It takes a second to just check. And you should be able, if you're a quality footballer, who some people believe he's England's best right back, you'll be able to check that run. It's one of the things Trent Alexander-Arnold does very well. He checks his run. He's very rarely offside. It's a good ball. If Dan James can get there, he does. Loads of time for him. Good ball in. It's 3-0. It's 3-0 to Leeds. A little bit lucky. Ball in by James. Rodrigo misses his header and it drops to Harrison. I think they'll look at it in VAR, but I don't think he's offside. I really don't think he is. 20 minutes to go and it's 3-0. Oh my days. Leeds have played Chelsea off the park. Let's have a look. Dan James is onside. Definitely. Let's see. And so is. Oh, they are all onside. Cucurella's playing him on. You can see it. And look, do you know how you know you can see it? Is they're on the 6-yard line. It's really easy to see. Cucurella is in the 6-yard box. Harrison isn't. It's a really good finish from him, and his play deserves it. 3-0 Chelsea have been put away. This is shocking. Shocking. I don't really know how to kind of explain this any other way, but Leeds have. But I don't have to explain it other way. Let's put it this way, okay? Leeds have played Chelsea off the park today. Chelsea have looked an average team. The first goal, all right, it's a mistake, but you know what? Even before that was coming, and the Premier League this season is starting to look exciting. The only team I can't see this happening to is City. I think every other team has the susceptibility to fall to a defeat like this. Oh wow, Leeds are on the attack again. Tyler Adams. Oh, that's good play. It's a foul. Kai Havertz just clipped him. It's a really clever play. Oh, it should be 4-0. It should be 4-0. Do you know what? I'm going to call it now. If it's 4-0, these Chelsea players should be reimbursing the travel expenses for those fans and the tickets because they've not put the effort in today. You know, Chelsea fans have travelled from London to Leeds and they can't be asked. Reimburse them. Give them their money back. The very least they deserve is to see a team that will put the effort in and be willing to, give it all for the match. Too many of those players aren't bothered, and that they need to bugger off essentially. See if we've got team news from this game here, Newcastle versus City. I don't think we do quite yet. No, we don't. That's a good ball. Not a foul though. Reece James knew what he was doing. Mendy's not willing to take a touch at the moment. It's a really good opportunity for him to really close him down because eventually that's going to lead to a mistake. Pulisic, keep closing him down. And he took a touch that time. Every time I say something, he wants to prove me wrong. You've got to be impressed with Leeds today. They've been amazing. That's a good ball. Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was coming closer to Havertz, but it wasn't. It went straight through to Melia from Ziyech. He's really failed to live up to any of the promise that he had when he came in, which is a shame for Chelsea fans because he was touted as like one of the big stars of world football. Why he was signed, and but you couldn't ask for any more than from the Leeds team. Yes, they've not had as much of the ball, but you look at their shots, their creation of chances has been brilliant. And what a performance it's been. What a game it's been, really has. Chelsea have really kind of struggled, and yeah, surely that was out. Reece James ended up about 2 yards off the pitch. Tired. That looked tired. That did from Taker. I mean, it's worth remembering as well. Leeds lost every single game against the top six last year. Conceded nearly 50 goals against the top six last season, and they're beating Chelsea 3-0 today. Now, that is down to Jesse Marsch because Bielsa, it was his players, his tactics last season. You've got to show a bit of credit in his tactics today. They've been good. He's outthought Tuchel, and they're giving 100% effort for him. Aronson's going to keep this in here. Oh, he nearly got past Koulibaly. Clever turn, but Koulibaly got a little bit lucky. Good ball from Loftus-Cheek to Cucurella. Surprised he stayed on the field, Loftus-Cheek, because I know. I mean, he was played out of position first half, but I don't understand the five at the back. Chance for Chelsea. Mason Mount shoots from 25 yards, but it goes straight at the goalie, but straight at the defender. Sorry. But Chelsea got the ball back. There's a chance to get maybe a consolation goal for them. Good ball in. That's a foul. Pulisic has gone straight through the back of him. That is a foul. I mean, that's lazy from Pulisic because he's never going to win that ball. In fact, he doesn't really make an effort to kind of win it. He makes an effort to make contact with the defender. 15 minutes to go. It's 3-0. Leeds' very own Ted Lasso is doing the job on Chelsea. Sending them back to London with absolutely nothing. You've got to love it. You've got to love to see it. Newcastle team news is out. We'll get that up in the comments. I copy it like this for you. Let's see. So both teams are out. We'll do Newcastle first. So that is the Newcastle lineup. Here's the City one. While they've just got a slight head injury here. Chilwell's coming on. City playing 4-3-3, so it's Ederson in goal, Walker, Stones, Ake, and Cancelo at the back, De Bruyne, Rodri, and Gundogan in midfield, and then Foden, Haaland, and Silva up front. That front three scares me. Newcastle matching them 4-3-3. So Pope in goal, Trippier, Botman, Shaw, and Burn at the back, Willock, Guimaraes, Joel Linton in midfield, and Almiron, Callum Wilson, and Alan St. Maximin at the leading the line. It's good to see Callum Wilson playing football again. It really is, because he's had a real tough run of it, with injuries and all that kind of thing. So very happy to see him leading the line and being able to score up there as well from Brighton. They are winning 2-0. Yeah, so I was right, by the way. Leeds have covered 86.3 kilometres, Chelsea 75.3. That shit shouldn't happen, man. But it does. And you've got to show criticism at Chelsea for this, because it's effort. It's not, you can understand maybe 2 or 3, because it could be those 2 or 3 kilometres of just closing down. But whenever Leeds have the ball, Chelsea don't close them down. They stay 2 or 3 yards off them, and it's poor football. In today's modern game, you've got to close your man down and that kind of thing, and they just don't do it. They're not willing to put the hard yards in. You see it when they play European football. It's why they struggle. It's why teams that don't do it, Man United, Arsenal, are doing it this season, but haven't for a couple of years. Arteta's got them doing it now. They've all struggled. Mourinho in this league, his tactics don't allow the gen press, the close, real kind of pushing, and showed. That's a Leeds ball. Oh, it was kicked out against Reece James. You could see it hit his hand. I be honest, I tipped Leeds to go down at the start of the season, and they, so far, based on this performance, I don't think they'll be in any trouble. I think Jesse Marsh has done a really good job. He lost Rafinha, who, in fairness, wanted to go Barcelona. Let him go. Barcelona are a much bigger club than Leeds. He did the right thing. No point keeping somebody at the club who doesn't want to be at the club. and he's rebuilt. And credit where credit's due, he's rebuilt really, really well. He deserves a lot of credit. Is it 4 the City game kicks off? Yeah. But Leeds defensively, they've been solid. They've had really, really good game. Um, you can't. I don't think there's much you can really fault Leeds on today. Maybe if you were being critical, they could have scored more goals, but you know what? They didn't have to. So let's kind of just go with they didn't need to, so they didn't. Um, 10 minutes to go. Crossing by Chilwell, headed clear by Koch, only for Ziyech, and it's straight at Havertz, who's miles offside, and Sterling, who's also offside, misses the follow-up. You're never going to have a better opportunity to score a goal. What are they doing? You know, what are they doing? So, Jack Harrison, for me, we've got 10 minutes to go. 100% man of the match. There is no player on that field who's been better than he has today. And he's been taken off. He gets a round of applause. Harrison, Rodrigo, Harrison coming off of Greenwood, Geldart, and Klisch. Aronson had another good game. Rodrigo's played well. The front line of even Daniel James, he runs it behind his end product's not been great, but he's ran. They've done what they've needed to do. Credit where credit's due. They've wanted it more than Chelsea. Jack Harrison deserves every plaudit he gets over the next couple of days and all the praise he gets because he's been amazing. Whereas Chelsea have looked pretty average. They've looked like a mid-table team, Chelsea. They need somebody leading the line. Liverpool went after Nunes to lead the line. Obviously, he's going to take time to bed in. City got Haaland. They've probably got the second best striker in the world at the moment. Lewandowski ahead of him, maybe. Benzema, possibly at a push, but looking at age and the potential for his career, I'd say Haaland is probably the best, long-term player right now. And Chelsea don't have anybody. But at the same time, Chelsea have tried strikers. They've had Lukaku, couldn't score, but scores loads in Italy. They've had Werner, scores loads in Germany, can't score in the Premier League. And Werner's come out and said it that it's not him or it's not Lukaku. It is. I think Koulibaly's going to get sent off here, is he? And Koulibaly is gone. It's silly. There's no need for it, and it's a stupid red card. He has been ran ragged today. And I said at the start of the game, I hold my hands up. I said at the start of the game, he settled really well. But that red card, Geldart is running. He's just running past him, but he puts his arm around the shoulder. It's an obvious yellow card. He got booked for a cynical one in the first half. He's been sent off for another cynical one. Stupidity. You might get away with it in Italy, but you don't get away with that in the Premier League. It's stupid. You just don't do it. Do you know what I mean? No chance for Leeds with a free kick. Good free kick in. Well, it's cleared and Sterling brings it away, plays it to Ziyech. to put across, really put across. I'm stunned. I'm stunned by the stupidity of that red card. Um, you know, I think I look at it and I think you're 31 years old. You've been playing professional football for nearly 14 years, and you've been sent off for two cynical tackles. That's the kind of thing that will turn fans against you, especially at a new club. And Chelsea fans, they do turn, and they turn quick. If you don't give 100%, in fairness, that's deserved. But if you do something stupid as well, it will take a while for the fans to get you or to get you back in their good books. How is that a foul? Against Stuart Atwell's not had a good game. The red card was right. So Azpilicueta's coming on. Sterling coming off. Sterling, to be fair, has tried, but it's all he's by far their best player at the moment. Sterling for me, or by far their hardest worker. I think that's fairly obvious. Um, to sum it up, Chelsea have just been poor, bang average, and played football or played this game like they're not bothered. Almost like they thought they could just turn up and win. And Leeds have been phenomenal. What a performance it's been by Leeds United. Even the flicks are coming out from the defenders now when they're clearing balls. What is Pulisic doing? I would love Jesse Marsh at some point this year to do the Ted Lasso signal. If you don't know what that is, it's the old middle finger. If you haven't seen, I'm sure everybody's seen that clip. If you haven't seen Ted Lasso, go and watch it. But he reminds me of him so much. But he's what Leeds need. His energy is matched by the fans and vice versa, and that is what Leeds United needed. And fair play for him, he's took over a pretty bloody hard thing to take over. So, but this is Leeds of old. This is challenges. It's hard football, and I think the more leniency that they've got on harder challenges now will benefit teams like Leeds. It would benefit teams like Burnley. And that from Kai Havertz just sums it up. A throw in, he can't be bothered to control it. It just essentially, you might as well kick it out for a throw in. Lazy football. I think Chelsea just need this game to finish. Just get back on the bus and go back to London. I wouldn't even have a shower. I'd just, get me training kit and just go home. I wouldn't speak on the way home. I'd just, yeah, I think it needs to happen if I'm honest. So yeah, um, I'm looking forward to this next game. I mean, this game has been amazing. If the next game is anything like this one, I think we're in for a good afternoon. One thing you will always say is both of those teams will put effort in. Newcastle, especially at St James's Park, Newcastle will be putting 100% effort in. They'll want to impress their fans. And then City, Foden won't let them slack. Jack Harrison, though, deserves no end of credit. He really does. You know, Harrison has been kind of through it. He started at New York City, through Man City, and then went to Middlesbrough. He was at Leeds for 3 years on loan, and they've signed him. Last season he deserves no end of credit. He's only 25 years old. If he continues to play the way he is, there's a very big possibility he could get an England call up. You look at the midfield England have got, apart from Declan Rice, it's not great. I think today will show how fair a manager Tuchel is, because if he's not willing to say Leeds just wanted it more than us, we were poor. If he says they won because we were poor, that's different. I think it's very much a case of Leeds have outplayed Chelsea today. They've outran them. They've wanted it more. Why is he? Oh, no advantage. Silva looks like he's really hurt his shoulder here, and Tuchel's losing his temper. The funny thing is, if that was Klopp, everybody would go mental. Because it's Tuchel, nobody's saying anything yet. But this is the thing, every manager does it. Every manager makes stupid excuses. Every manager, you know, chance for Kukurea to put it in, but he doesn't, plays it short. Ziyech, I'm sure Havertz was offside there. He gives away a free kick anyway. And I think that's game. 30 seconds to go. Jesse Marsch is loving it. He's absolutely loving life. One thing I would say about Jesse Marsch is something that a lot of managers don't do is when he took over, he moved his family with him. Not all do. They don't all do that. And that's it. That is game. Jesse Marsch moved his family over here. His kids go to school in Leeds. Everything. What a performance that is by Leeds. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in a second to run through the fallout, and then we'll look ahead at City. There we go. So we'll be looking ahead at the City game. Make sure you stay tuned for it. Let's just set this up. Yeah, turn all this off. Da la, la 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 la. Chelsea are Ellen Road right now is absolutely rocking. Absolutely rocking. And do you know what? Rightly fucking so, because that is a right game. So they're still going on actually at Brighton. Let me see if I can get the end of that game for you. Let's have a look, see if we can just get you what's going on. Bear with me. Never mind. It's just finished. So it's just finished at the London Stadium as well, and it's 2-0 to Brighton full time score. So 2-0 to Brighton. They've started the season really, really well. You've got to kind of give them that. But Chelsea 3-0 defeat. This next game coming up is going to be a humdinger. It really is. So we will be back in a minute. Just going to grab a brew, and then we'll have a look at the game. We'll talk about the Chelsea game, and then we'll go from there, from the guys. So I shall see you all very soon. Couple of minutes. Grab yourself a drink. Post your questions in the chat, and I'll come back to them, and we'll go from there. Cheers, guys. We are back. Oh, my hair. Interesting. Let's have a quick chat about the Chelsea game that we just watched. Chelsea, I think, turned up expecting to win. I think they just thought they had to turn up and win. 21 years since Leeds had beat them. Jesse Marsh got his tactics right. He didn't try and defend and hold on to a draw. He went out to win. I think he did that right. I think at the end of the day, because Chelsea turned up with the attitude of we've just got to turn up to win, they couldn't turn it round. Which for me is wrong. I think 3-0. I think they should be looking to reimburse the fans for travel. I don't think they tried. I don't think they were bothered. And I think there's got to be some element of, look, we didn't get today right. We'll make it up to you kind of thing. Now, Chelsea are, they're a good team. What they do lack is a striker. You know, they play Leicester next week. Should beat Leicester, and then they've got Southampton. They've actually got quite an all right run of games. They've got Leicester, Southampton. They've got 2 London derbies, and then they play Liverpool. So actually, the Leicester and Southampton game are winnable. West Ham and Fulham will come down to once more because it's a derby, and that tends to form will out the window. And the Liverpool will depend on what form Liverpool are in. If they are playing like they are now, it's a 50-50 game. In terms of Leeds, I thought they were amazing. I thought Jack Harrison was really good, 25 years old. He's a former Man City player who spent a lot of time out on loan until Leeds signed him, and you can tell that he likes it. He's kind of fallen in love with Leeds. He's got passion for the club, and I think that's good. Rodrigo is really good. Aronson looks a real player, come over from Salzburg. I think he's settled really well into the Premier League. And instead of Marsh saying to him, "This is how we play, you've got to fit to our tactics," he said to him, "Well, do you know what? This is how you play, so I'm going to fit my tactics around you." And I think that's the right way to do it. He's building a team, and it's easier to change your tactics to fit someone in than get someone to change, to change their style of play to fit your tactics. And I think he's done that the right way. Let's just make that a little bit smaller. There we go. Don't like how close it was. In terms of Leeds games coming up, well, they've got Brighton away. Now, that will be a really tough game. Brighton on a really good run of form. Then they play Everton, Brentford, Nottingham Forest, and then Man United. Realistically, they could beat Man United. They could beat Everton and Brentford and Nottingham Forest. Will depend on how much the other two teams want it. But I don't back Everton or United to do anything. Now, they have got a while. It's a month until they play Man United. So there is a chance that they could, find some form. Casemiro might come in and might solve some of their problems. You don't know. They've also been linked with that Anthony from Ajax. He apparently isn't in the side for their Eredivisie game today. So according to Fabrizio Romano, so maybe there's a sign in there for him. But it's interesting with Man United how they've gone from not being able to afford anybody to this guy comes out and says he wants to buy their club, and suddenly Glazers are finding money down the back of the sofa. Kind of shows where the Glazers' loyalties lie. Which we've known about for years. It's just sad that the Premier League allow it, but as long as the club's being run sustainably, which they believe it is, then that's just the way it is. So looking ahead to City versus Newcastle, we are 20 minutes away from kickoff now. I like Newcastle. I like Eddie Howe. I think the way he plays football is really good. The fact that it's a big change going from Steve Bruce to going to Eddie Howe. And I think they've actually done really, really well to kind of say, all right, that's fair enough. We're going to do that. We're going to stick with it as well, which I like. the problem they have is they like to play attacking football. When you play attacking football against somebody like Manchester City, you're just going to get picked off. They're just too good with Foden, Haaland, and Silva up front, leading the line, the front three. They're really good players. The back four is good. I don't rate Ake. Really don't rate him at all. How he's playing for Manchester City is beyond me. But he's next to John Stones. Laporte will come back in at some point. I don't know, City, you've got. I said it before it, and I'll say it again. City will run away with the Premier League 10 points on this season. I think Liverpool are actually further away from them this season than they were last season, and I think United, Chelsea, Arsenal, Spurs just aren't good enough to beat them. I think Chelsea will fight out second with Liverpool. Spurs will get fourth, but be pushed by Arsenal, and Man United will finish eighth. I'm going to call that one right now. Man United will finish eighth in the Premier League this season. That's how little faith I have in them. So let's look ahead to the United game though, because we've got that up tomorrow. Manchester United versus Liverpool. Liverpool no striker. Nunez suspended. Firmino injured. Jota injured. What I think we might see is Salah through the middle and Harvey Elliott on the right wing, which is his more natural position. Played really well against Palace, Harvey Elliott, and has stomach for the fight, which I think you need. In terms of Man United, Casemiro won't be registered in time to play for tomorrow. So if they play Martinez, I think that plays to Liverpool's strengths. I really do. It would play more to their strengths if Nunez was playing. See, stupidity means he can't. And I think it would. Harry Maguire playing plays to our strengths massively because he's cramped. I just wonder if maybe if Martinez can be moved into the central holding midfield role instead of Fred and play Maguire and Varane at the back. Varane as a ball playing defender, is phenomenal. And you don't win that many La Ligas and Champions Leagues and then come to United and be kept out of the team by Harry Maguire. There's something there with Ten Hag that he doesn't like, and I don't know what it is. But realistically, he's going to have to sort it out at some point, and tomorrow's the day he's going to have to sort it. So here is a stat for you, one that Newcastle fans will like. Only two teams in the Premier League have averaged more points per game than them since Christmas, and it's Newcastle. That's City and Liverpool. They were 19th when he took over the club in November. The big thing for Howe is he's never beat Guardiola. He's lost against him 10 times. He's lost 12 matches against Man City. But they are on a run of 8 wins at home with only 1 defeat in the last 9, and that defeat was against Liverpool. So today could be the day for that. And do you know what? After the Leeds result, I'm not going to stick my neck out. I know I've put a prediction of 4-1 up before the game's kicked off. But wow, I am interested to see how this game goes. We're 15 minutes away from kickoff. Both teams playing 4-3-3. If I was Eddie Howe, I'd be going into that dressing room and saying, look, we need to keep it tight. Let's keep Haaland under wraps for the first half an hour. Make sure we're solid. We don't play too expansively. And then as the game bit grows and they start pushing to get the winner, that's when we can start kind of pushing forward and looking for that next goal. If he goes the other way and he turns around and they push, I can see them being picked off. But we'll see. You can never say that this is the way it's going to go. City could come out and score in the first 5 minutes, and it kind of puts that to death, doesn't it? I mean, that's Nick Pope in goal for Newcastle is a good choice as well. He for me should be England number one. I think he's better than Pickford. I think Pickford is picked because of his distribution. For me, I want my goalkeeper to keep clean sheets. They said it in the Leeds game when Mendy conceded. I want my goalkeeper to keep the ball out of the net, not spread 70-yard passes. That's what my midfield's for. So for me, Nick Pope's England number one, especially at the World Cup. But I don't think I don't think he will be. I think Southgate's got a hard on for Pickford. Um, so sadly. Remember, if you're on Twitch, drop a sub on YouTube because we're going to be, or I'm going to be putting up daily content on there. We'll be doing a review of the weekend's action in the Premier League on there tomorrow before the Liverpool game, and then tomorrow night we are streaming the Liverpool game, which will be exciting to watch. The only short-minute videos, short 5-10 minute videos, just to review what's going on. There is one up now reviewing last night's boxing. Anthony Joshua losing to Alexander Usyk, and then a massive public meltdown by Anthony Joshua, in which he decided to announce to everybody he only took up boxing because he was going to prison. So yeah, make sure you go and watch that video because I give my thoughts on it, and honestly, I'm not entirely sure what he thought he was going to get out of doing that, if I'm honest. 10 minutes till kick off then. I am really looking forward to this game. So what have we all got up to this weekend anyway? While we're waiting for kick-off, what have we all done for today? It is 4:15 in the UK in sort on Sunday afternoon. What have we all done? What have you done to be proud of, as they say? But yeah, on me this weekend has been amazing. So much sport. Loving the fact that I've got the new YouTube set up and I'm able to bring this kind of content to you guys because it's what I've always historically loved doing it. I've run podcasts in the past that have done really well. This is slightly different, a little bit more out of my comfort zone in that I'm live, but you know what? It's good fun. Last night was fantastic though. The quality of people we had watching the boxing was really good, and I hope to bring that to the football. Make sure that you do drop that sub on YouTube so you don't miss out because, like I say, there will be daily content going up there for you to check out. If you've got any feedback, feel free to let me know as well because I don't know what I'm doing right and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm still learning. One thing I am going to be doing is get the new mic, the Razer X. Is going to be going hopefully for a better podcasting mic. That'll be investment I'm making because I want to make sure the content's really good for you guys. But what have you done this weekend? What have you accomplished? Let's go with that one. And then one thing I've done is I've looked at the games that are coming up. So tomorrow night, let's give you a rundown of what we've got coming up. We have got Liverpool versus Manchester United. We will be on live from 7:30, maybe 7:45. We'll go for 7:30 though initially. Then on Wednesday, we've got Valencia versus PSV Eindhoven. That promises to be an absolute cracker. 2-2 after the first leg. Winner goes through to the group stages of the Champions League. And then, let's see, after that, we have got on Saturday Southampton versus Manchester United, which is the lunchtime kickoff. On the Monday, we've got Valencia versus Atletico Madrid on the 29th. So the 29th is a bank holiday. That is a 8 p.m. kickoff, so we will be getting a stream for that. On the Wednesday night, Liverpool versus Newcastle, 31st of August. That'll be a good game. 1st of September, Leicester versus Manchester United, and then, as far as I've looked, is the Merseyside derby, which is the 3rd of September. That's what we've got coming up for you guys. I'd love for you to be here and not miss out on any of the content. I'd love for you to join in. I've got to admit, I'm looking forward to the Merseyside derby already. What is this? If there's a game that you want me to cover as well and you fancy watching along with me, maybe even joining in the stream, let me know. We can get you up on the screen. But please do let me know. I will be changing the scoreboard. I'm looking at it. I'm not overly happy with it, if I'm honest. So that will be getting changed for sure. We'll be doing that after the stream, ready for tomorrow night. Yeah, I'm not overly happy with the way that it looks, so we will keep that. But prediction is in. It was made before the kickoff of the Chelsea game. I am 0 for 1 so far today, which is frustrating. So that is irritating that I didn't get that one right. But you know what? We will keep trying. So 4-1 to City, I've gone for in this game. I just think that they're going to get picked off. I really do. I kind of wish I didn't think like this, but I can't see any other outcome than Newcastle aren't just going to get picked off by a rampant and dominant Man City side. But the front line for Newcastle is good. Let's remember that the front line is really good for Newcastle. Saint Maximin, Wilson, and Almiron. Almiron's not amazing, but the other two kind of make up for it. But 29 games between the two. Newcastle have only won 1. City have won 24 with 4 draws. History tells you which way this game is going. History tells you which way it's going. Which way is it going? The question you've all got to kind of ask yourselves is which way do you think it's going? We will have match stats up on the screen as well for you guys. But which way? I just don't know which way this is going to go. If I'm honest. I do know which way it's going to go. I'm confident it's going to City. But if anything, the Chelsea game has made me doubt that. Because I just don't know if that was a. I mean, Newcastle could come out and put the same sort of effort in, and City could have one of those days where they don't match it or outdo it. And if that happens, then they're going to be in for a long afternoon. That much is sure. But I just don't know. I don't think City are the kind of team that are capable of not putting 100% effort into every match. I kind of see City as a team that will just plow on and really kind of always give 100%, never want to let the fans down. You know, they win enough trophies to know if they put 100% in, they're going to win the trophies as well. That's the difference between them and Chelsea. But let's see what happens. 5 minutes left before kickoff. Which way are you fancying this game to go? Where's your predictions going? Are you back in Newcastle or are you back in Manchester City? And who are you backing for the first goal scorer? Do you know what? I'm even going to put that up. So I was wrong on my prediction with that one, but let me get a new prediction up. I'm going Haaland first scorer. I don't. This is how confident I am. 4-1, Haaland first scorer. If I was a betting man, I'd be putting money on it. But I'm not a betting man because I lose more than I win. Um, I'm always confident that I've got it right, but I very rarely have. But if I can see City coming out the blocks like an absolute race car, trying to run them over, you know, it's whether Newcastle can stand up to that bombardment that they are about to receive. Well, the backroom staff at City have got more fucking doctors there than the NHS. Why is that even possible? We're missing a linesman. I think they're missing a linesman in the tunnel. Na, 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 na. The St James's Park, I must admit, is a ground that I've never been to, but I really want to go to if I could. Oh, they found the linesman. Nick Pope's not captain for Newcastle, is he? No. Kieran Trippier is captain for Newcastle. Okay, so you've got my prediction up there. Let's see if it comes off. If it comes off, I will be shocked and stunned. But we'll see. So we'll run through the teams again for you. I know they're in chat, but if you haven't, we went here when they were posted. They won't be good. Newcastle have got Nick Pope in goal, who is a really good player. Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, and Dan Burn in the back four. They're playing a 4-3-3 formation. In midfield, they've got Joe Willock, Bruno Guimaraes, and Joel Linton. Joel Linton, he's found new life as a midfielder. You've got to give the lad credit. And then up front, you've got Miguel Almiron, Callum Wilson, and Alan Saint-Maximin. Saint-Maximin is a player who can frustrate massively. On his day, amazing. One of the top players in the league. But his day only comes one in about 8. Very frustrating. City going with a 4-3-3 as well. It's Ederson in goal. Kyle Walker, John Stones, Nathan Ake, and João Cancelo at the back. In midfield, Kevin De Bruyne, Rodri, and what's his first name? I can't remember Gundogan's first name, but Gundogan. And then you got Phil Foden, Erling Haaland, and Bernardo Silva leading the line. It's Ilkay Gundogan, isn't it? Ilkay. Oh, I'm having a shocker. But yeah, that is where we stand at the moment with the City game. It's just about to kick off. Let me know what your predictions are in chat. Are you going the same way as me? Do you see this as being an absolute railroad for Manchester City? Or are Newcastle going to spring a shock? Let's remind that out of 29 games, Newcastle have won like one. 24 have been won by City and 4 draws. But Newcastle are much improved. They've got more money behind them now. Nick Pope is in goal for them, he's a really good goalkeeper. I said it before, he should be England's number 1. Let's see what happens. The stadium music at Newcastle is shocking. It reminds me of what's it remind me of? Like Dallas, that your mum used to watch, and it'd be the old saxophone TV intro and all that kind of stuff. And that's how it just, yeah. We've already seen one goalkeeping error today as well, obviously with Mendy. Are we going to see another one today? Ederson likes to play with the ball at his feet. He fancies himself as a midfielder. Are we going to see more mistakes from goalkeepers? It's a possibility. I'm looking forward to this one. After the first game, do you know what? I've had shit luck with these watch-alongs where we've had like 1-1 draws and all that. And then the Spurs game yesterday was pretty drab, but the boxing last night was amazing. And then that game we've just had 3-0 to Leeds, phenomenal. Newcastle players are just in a huddle, and we'll be getting underway fairly shortly. Here we go. So City are kicking off. The music has stopped. Dallas has started. The saxophone's gone away. That's fucking awful music. It's so bad. And we've kicked off. There we go. First half underway. Ake with a poor pass straight away. The ball just doesn't seem to be rolling on the pitch very well. It seems to be kind of slowing up, which gives the indication that it's a little bit dry. Pressure from Newcastle straight away, and straight away they've got City giving the ball away. Joel Linton. Surely we're not going to see another upset, but that's a good ball to Kieran Trippier. Is this an early corner for Newcastle? Yes, it is. Early corner. Wow. This is. Could this be the day of shocks? Because. You know, Leeds got right into Chelsea's face in the first game. Newcastle seems to be doing the same to City here. Short corner. Why have they taken that short? That's a deep. Oh! Edison caught it but collided with his own post. I thought it was. Excuse me. I thought it was going deeper than that. I thought it was a mistake to take a short corner. I really did. But you know what? It worked well. Credit where credit's due. City with a chance now just to get on the ball, trying to show their class. Rodri is a player who's grown on me. Probably the premium CDM in the Premier League at the moment. And as a Liverpool fan, it does pain me to say that, trust me. I'd much rather it be Fabinho. I think Rodri adds a little bit more going forward than Fabinho does. Bruno Guimaraes, he's a good player though, Guimaraes. I'm surprised that one of the bigger clubs didn't scout him because he always looks so composed on the ball. He'd probably fit in with the way football is played by some of the bigger teams. That was shocking. Just passing it around the back, City, then it's almost like they got bored and kicked it the length of the field. You've got to do better than that. Good pressure from Newcastle though. They're willing, but the difference is between Chelsea and City. Chelsea have got the composure. Haaland's through. Plays it back to Foden. Yeah. And they just build again. Foden with it on the edge of the box. Rodri. Nah, about a yard over the bar. So that's the first ball that's been slid through the defence, and Haaland got on the end of it. He showed his pace. But he took it a little bit wide by the time he got to the ball. So it's going to be interesting for sure. Like Haaland is so good. He's so quick. Long clearance by Edison. Newcastle have got the ball back. The difference, though, I was saying before that ball got played through, is between Chelsea and City. When Chelsea were getting pressured, they didn't have the quality to calmly kind of pass their way through Leeds. City always have that element of we're going to play our way. It doesn't matter. We're not going to kick it long. Blah blah blah. And City, when they get in their rhythm, they will pass around you no matter how much pressure you've done. I've seen them do it to Liverpool. I've seen them do it to Barcelona. It doesn't matter who, Paris Saint-Germain, they've done it too. It doesn't matter who they play. So they did it to Real Madrid in one of the games last season. It's whether Newcastle can keep up that pressure for the whole game, because they're going to have to. There's no getting around it. They're going to have to keep up the pressure for the entire game. But there's always a man open for City. There's always a man wanting the ball. And that is the difference between Chelsea and City. I think Chelsea just didn't want the ball today. They had a lot of players. Silva, good ball in. Gundogan, and it's 1-0. 1-0 to Manchester City. It wasn't, do you know what? It's not Haaland, but it's Gundogan, and it was so easy. That's shocking. They're all so focused on Haaland that Gundogan is unmarked. And the thing is here, Trippier is playing him on side. And he's okay, so when I play football, I was a defender. I was a right back. And I'm looking at that there and I'm thinking Trippier's looking along the line. He can see straight away that nobody's closing him down and he's too slow. He doesn't react quick enough. He's too slow. It's a good touch from Gundogan. Yeah, it's a good finish. 1-0 to City. The chance, I can see this being a long weekend. Long match, sorry, not a long weekend. I can see this being a long game for Newcastle. 5 minutes in, you're already 1-0 down, and it's too easy. It's not like it's a world class goal. It's a good finish, it's a good ball, but it's too easy. There's nobody marking him. Newcastle with a free kick, but it's cleared by City. It's again, it's too easy. There's no pressure on the City players. Newcastle started looking like they were going to do it, but now they're going in ones, whereas at the start, when it first kicked off, they were going twos and threes. The problem you have against City is you can't go in twos and threes. You leave too many players open for a pass. But when you let City score that early and when you make it that easy, you've just given yourself a mountain to climb. So two of my predictions are wrong. And if City win, it doesn't count as a right prediction, by the way. It has to be that score. I'm starting to think it should have gone 4-0. So when City scored first 31 times in the Premier League since 2011, they've scored first 31 times. One of those games was a draw, and 30 of those games were wins. That tells you everything you need to know. You cannot let City score an easy first goal. Because if you do, that's an early booking for Guimaraes. That's an early booking. Guimaraes arguing it's the same foul. The problem is Sky didn't show that foul. It's lazy. It's a Koulibaly tackle from earlier on. It's cynical. He knows what he's doing. It's a yellow card. That's what I was talking about. City there. As Newcastle can press with twos and threes, but as soon as they do, there's always a player open. And the problem is City will find the pass. They're not. They're too good not to. You know, when Barcelona, when Guardiola was there, it didn't matter how many players closed someone down, they always found the pass. Gundogan, still Gundogan, but he's ran down a bit of a blind alley. Foden gets back and wins the ball back though. City are looking good. They are looking very, very good here. This is going to be a long game for Newcastle. If you're a Newcastle fan, I'll maybe get the pillow off the sofa and start hiding behind it because I think it could turn into a horror show. I'll be honest, so far your players are still in the changing room. It's pretty average football from Newcastle at the moment. There's no effort. There's no closing down. Here's an example. Okay, Gundogan's got the ball 5 yards to the nearest Newcastle player. They're closing down when it gets to the edge of the area. You've got to close down sooner than that. You've got to be confident enough in your ability to do it. Callum Wilson, Trippier with a good pass. Joe Linton looking for Sam Maximin. If he can get this under control, he's got a chance to run at Kyle Walker. He's ran him. Back to Burns. Burns, sorry. Willock has just played one of the worst passes I've seen all day. And Haaland, what a man. He's played De Bruyne through. He has held off Willock. De Bruyne, and he's hit it straight at Nick Pope. It should be 2-0. That was brilliant from Erling Haaland. Most players would have gone down looking for a free kick. He didn't. He stayed up. He showed strength, and he was able to wrestle the man off and then find the pass while still being contact was still being made. Different class, really is a different class. I can't see Haaland not scoring in this game, but so far I've got no predictions right. So Gundogan, he's been played in. Oh, what has he done there? He's gone to control it, kicked against his standing leg, and kicked it out for a goal kick. So they're just going to show Erling Haaland again. So Silva plays it into him. Is it Willock who's literally he's wrestling him and he holds him off? And what a ball through it was! What a pass! The man is unfallible. It's a really good pass that he didn't. He was able to play under severe pressure. There's not many players in world football that could do that who wouldn't have gone down looking for a free kick first. Not that they can't do it; it's that they won't. He's what 6'4". Foul on Foden there. By Gimares. Gimares going to have to be careful. It's 10 minutes in. He's giving away two silly fouls. The first one he got booked for. Could arguably say that second one was the same. I think giving a yellow card that early is probably a little bit harsh by the referee. But do you know what I haven't done? So I apologise. Let's get these up. Poor free kick from Foden. Let's get the stats up. I forgot to do that at the start of kickoff. I apologise. But you can see the difference there. City, 79% possession. They just keep the ball so well. Sam Maximin, he knew what he was trying to do, but Almiron didn't read it. They've already had 78 passes, and Newcastle have had 20. It's, yeah. Foden to Gundogan. Gundogan back to Haaland. Haaland has completely missed it. You know what? I'm going to throw it out there, right? If that was Nunes who does that, he's all over every sports Bible and, all the bench warmers slagging him off. Why isn't he hit that there? Callum Wilson is offside. He's all over it. Haaland won't get mentioned for that because the likelihood is Haaland will score. But that's still a fluff. It's still a fluff. Oh my days. It's really bad. It's really bad play from Haaland. That miss. I'd love Sky to show it again because he completely air kicks it. Yeah, they're coming now. Yeah. It's an easy chance for Haaland. A player of his quality, he should be making decent contact on it, and he doesn't. Joe Linton has taken out Gundogan. Gundogan has started this game really well. You can see why he's been given the captain's armband. I remember when Liverpool wanted him. Everybody kind of thought he'd be another Emre Can. but he's been a superb servant for City. He really has. Haaland is currently stood 3 yards offside. It's clever what Haaland did there. So he's offside in the first phase, and the ball doesn't go to him. And by the time the second phase starts, which is hopefully a knockdown, he's back onside. And the problem is then nobody can pick. You've already marked your man, so you're not going to be able to pick him up. It's difficult to switch. That's a good ball for Foden. Foden, good save by Pot. Pope, even not Pot. I'm having one of them days. I'm forgetting how to talk today. Really good save by Nick Pope. Joel Linton. But in the first game, we were watching Rodrigo shoot from there in the first half. Same angle, and he said it was selfish. Very selfish there from Foden. He should have cut it back to Haaland, and he makes it 2-0. Is this a foul? Let's have a look at the replay. It was Kyle Walker by it. There's a touch in the back. It's not a foul. I mean, it's literally an extended arm. There's no push. The referee's bought it, and the cutback is onto Haaland here. It's. I think Haaland has to get the ball there from Foden. I really do. It's a goal if he does. It's 1-0. It's 2-0, sorry, but it is 1-0 now. Newcastle have won the ball back there. Cancelo he's wary that he's probably given a yellow. He's going to get a yellow card for that because his hand went to apology. So I think that's a nasty foul. St. Maximin. Oh, it's gone straight through everybody. I think it was Guimaraes that's down. He's now back up. Joel Linton's got to play to Maximin. It's a chance. Oh, he's missed it. Almiron has put it over the bar from the penalty spot. It's got to be 1-1 in that situation. You're not going to get many chances. That was good from Newcastle. That was really good. Joel Linton plays him well. Miguel Almiron. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong. If you're in the chat and you know, let me know. But I think he scored 1 Premier League goal in his entire time at Newcastle. And it was Almiron that went down. But under the. And Cancelo did get booked for it. But Almiron has got to do better for me there. Really poor. You're probably not going to get many better chances than that. You're probably not going to get many more chances than that. That's the, you've got to take what you get. But it was so good. Haaland gets lucky there. Guimaraes knee cut it out, but didn't. That's a foul right on the edge of the box. Oh dear me. Ruben Diaz is being brought on for City. So that's the thing. Ruben Diaz is on the bench, and you got Nathan Ake playing. It's definitely a foul that on Haaland. He's protected the ball with his body, and you can't make the contact from behind. It's a foul. I don't see the point in arguing it. Just get on with the game. VAR is there. They're going to check it anyway, even if I think Ake's in pulled a groin here. He's just said he wants a couple more minutes. If this ball stays in play, I would now be targeting. Okay, I'd be getting Callum Wilson or St. Maximin up against him with pace. Let's see if he can run. But there's a chance this goes in. Good save by Pope. Really good save. Trippier is right. The less I say about what Trippier's just done, the better, I think. Well done by Joel Linton to keep it in. Alan St. Maximin, the first ball is on straight away. Oh my God, how is he not 1-1? The chances that Newcastle are having. City look really ropey at the back. Ake's coming off. Ake is coming off here. Something's happened there. I think it's possibly a groin. He looked like he was stretching his groin muscle out, so I think maybe he's just tweaked it. Ruben Diaz is a hell of a replacement to come off the bench, though. But it'd be interesting how fit Diaz is. This could be very interesting. Guardiola's a big fan of Ake's, though. I mean, I don't think he's that good. I think, if he was that good, Chelsea would have kept him. But then I look at the players that Chelsea have let go: De Bruyne, Salah. They let Sturridge go, who had a couple of good seasons after they let him go. City let him go as well. You could argue Lukaku, but Lukaku doesn't do it in England, just scores in Italy. But Stones and Diaz now at the back for Newcastle. Newcastle are doing really well up until that final ball. When they attack and because they're counter-attacking, it means they're able to hit with long balls for St. Maximin to run onto. He's running Kyle Walker. That's a good ball. Really good ball out to Almiron. To Trippier. What's he going to do? Trippier's played it to Almiron. Good ball. Almiron doesn't beat Diaz at the front post. They're doing well. Newcastle are doing really well, though. I'll be honest, when they conceded after 5 minutes, I kind of thought it would be a disaster. As I said, Newcastle fans at that time should get the pillows off the sofa and hide behind because it could be a horror show. But they've calmed down now. They've got back into the game a little bit. They're putting their foot on the ball. They're counter-attacking really well. And they're managing Haaland. That is what I'm surprised by. Their defenders are able to control Haaland at the moment and keep him under wraps. He's not getting a minute to breathe, which is the difference between the Premier League and the Bundesliga. In the Bundesliga, the defenders aren't as aggressive. I don't think they put you under as much pressure as they do in the Premier League. I think the Premier League is the home of high pressure football in terms of the defenders are constantly on your back, so I think that's interesting. I thought my mic was muted then. Oh shit. I'm glad it's not. I did do a full 10 minutes on a stream the other day and it was muted and it fucking fume. I think it was last night. Chance for Newcastle again though. St. Maximin. He's ran him. A good save by Edison. Oh, and Gundogan got back to stop Almiron. Newcastle are looking dangerous. This is a really good performance from Newcastle so far. They've grown into the game, like I say. And I know the stats don't look like it, but they are playing well. Yeah, they're giving as good as they get. And that's what you can ask. Guimaraes is such a good player. Apparently Real Madrid have been interested in him. If I was him, I wouldn't leave Newcastle. I don't think he'd play as much at Real Madrid. Not unless he's brought in to replace Casemiro. But I also think the Real Madrid fans are toxic. So staying at Newcastle, where you are clearly already loved and adored, is probably a better thing for him. And he's on a journey at the moment with this club they've got the richest owners in the world. Why wouldn't you stay? Callum Wilson with a poor touch, but he wins it back. He's done well there, Callum Wilson. Just embarrassed Rodri. Wilson's a great goal scorer. I don't see him as a bloody playmaker though. Oh, is that too heavy for him? Yeah. Good idea. Good idea. How's it going, Mr. Knight? BN Nation TTV, how you doing, my friend? I'm very well, buddy. Enjoying the football, I must admit, I really am. That's a good ball, but he. What have you done this weekend? What have you been up to? It's a good save from Edison. That really is. I think maybe a put back to Wilson was on, but it's a good save. Um, just catching up some Pokemon in Pokemon Go. Nice. Nice. Have you caught a Pikachu yet? I mean, that's the key, isn't it? Have you caught a Pikachu? Um, Linton there with a good turn, but poor touch. Chilling with you, son. Nice. I'm off. My kids have gone to Southport Pleasure Beach today. Wilson, opportunity for Newcastle again in the box. Oh, is it a corner? Yeah, it's a corner deflected off Ruben Diaz. Good defending. Yeah, my kids are out in Blackpool Pleasure Beach today, so I've had the free run to be able to watch the whole of Super Sunday. They will be back after the probably after the game, to be honest. But this is where Newcastle look good. Newcastle play it. Newcastle normally try and control the game, but in fairness, they've accepted they're not going to do that today. It looks good. They're counter attacking really well. What Pokemon is your son caught then, man? Has he caught any Charmanders, Bulbasaurs? I don't know any of the new ones. The old ones like was it Diglett and Rattata? Or them. The retro ones, the OGs. St. Maximon's done well there. Oh, good turn. He's left Bernardo Silva for dead. Crosses it in, back post. Oh, unlucky. I dare say Manchester City will win. The stats are a bit skewed at the moment. Newcastle they had a bad 10 minutes at the start, which is when City scored. But honestly, after that, Newcastle have come back into this really well. They're starting to counter attack. They kind of accepted that's what they're going to have to do now instead of controlling possession. So it's they are doing really well. Good, that's a good crossing back post. Wilson, oh, it should be 1-1. City are doing well. They are playing well, yeah. Newcastle, for me here, Newcastle should be at least be level. They've had enough good opportunities. City have had what, they've had that one real clear cut opportunity where they scored from. It's interesting that Haaland, I don't think he's quite settled into the Premier League yet, and he fluffed his lines early doors. Oh, it's 2-1. It's 1-1. Sorry, I think they're feeling handball. It's Almiron. We're going to put it up. I'm going to wait to see a replay on this. Never mind, it won't count. It's offside, is it? What if does he give offside? I mean, if the linesman's flagged, it's kind of, I'd say it's handball. Let's have a look. He's onside. I don't think that's handball either. It's hit his leg. It's not handball. I think this is a goal. There's nothing there that tells me that's hit his hand. It's hit his thigh. It's not near his hand. It's a goal. It is 1-1, and it's nothing more than Newcastle deserve. They have been playing so well for the last 10 minutes. He should have scored earlier on, and do you know what? I bet he's happy. I think City will win. You can see the prediction here. But Newcastle have been told. But then, do you know what? Would you have said Leeds had beat Chelsea 3-0? Probably not. And that was a same sort of thing, though. Leeds accepted what they were going to have to do in the game, and Chelsea couldn't adapt. And so far, City aren't adapting to this counter-attack. It's going to be interesting. But that is a good decision from VAR. That's what it's there for, and I'm really happy that it didn't take 10 minutes making that decision. He didn't need 10 minutes. You could see from the first replay it hadn't hit his hand. Is that his second Premier League goal? Good old Almiron. So 30 minutes played, 1-1. Two exciting games so far today. It's been good. The Chelsea game is amazing. This one's living up to be the same. Newcastle just need to keep doing what they're doing, keep counter attacking because the counter attack is working, and City aren't adapting to it at the moment. Willock to Maxwell with a chance to run here. Good with Willock. Crossed it in. Wilson. No, he just bounced too high on the second bounce there, didn't he? So Newcastle, 16 to 30 minutes, had 63% of the possession. That shows and 9 touches in the opposition box in that 15-minute period. City started to struggle, and they're not adapting to that counter attack. They can't. I don't know what it is. A team as good as City with £1 billion been spent on transfers should be able to adapt to the counter attack. The fact they can't is a little bit embarrassing, to be honest. But hey, 1-1. What a game we've got. Good header by Byrne. St. Maximin's first to the ball. Wanted it more than Bernardo Silva. Wilson did good for the goal. Wilson did do really good. His run was good, but Almiron isn't tracked into the box at all. Yeah, that's a good point. They've just said it on Sky. Rodri should be booked for that there. They booked Guimaraes for the same sort of foul in the opening minutes. Why isn't this a yellow card? Ball's gone. He just kicks the back of his leg. That's a yellow card. And that's the problem when you give a yellow card early doors. You've then got to give it for every foul that is the same. When it's a foul that happens 10 times a game, are you going to do it? Watching it on Bing Sports, seeing we can't watch on telly UK football. You can't watch UK football on the TV? That was definitely a foul. My argument is that Guimaraes was booked for that kind of foul early on, and so Rodri should be booked. It's the same foul. He has to be. You can't book Guimaraes in the first 5 minutes for that foul, and then not book Rodri after 32 minutes. That's why referees get so much abuse and why they get criticised, because they're not consistent. You know, realistically, if you there's a part of me that says you've only booked Guimaraes because he plays for Newcastle. You don't get English football. I never knew that. That's a good. What? Let's have a look at the replay on this one. Only the paid for back. Okay. But it's like we get no 3 p.m. kickoffs in the UK. We only get lunchtime and tea time on a Saturday and then Sunday. So whereas the bulk of the games are played at 3 o'clock on a Saturday, we don't get any of them because of the TV blackout, because it's believed that if you have them on the TV, people won't go to watch the game. It's an outdated rule for me, because now with the other ways that people can watch it, they're just doing that anyway. So for a normal TV installation, it's already around €60 per month. Yeah, so for us here, if you want Sky and you want sports, you've got to have the whole package. So you're looking at £110 a month just for Sky. It's then £30 a month for BT and £8 for Amazon. So you're looking to be able to watch football, it's £150 a month. Plus your internet, which is like 30 quid. £200 a month to be able to watch football. Haaland, Pope with a good clearance. So yeah, it costs us like £180, £200 a month to watch English football. Whereas I'm a fan of the NFL, so I can pay I think it's tenner a month, and I get every NFL game when it's on during the season. It's ridiculous the amount of money. Oh, sure. The prices like this have been the same for ages because over here, none of the no football's on terrestrial TV, so it's all on Sky and BT. So they've had a monopoly, so they've just put their prices up. Like in this country, the only digital TV company you have is Sky. I can't get Virgin Media where I am, and BT, um, Vision, and because it was terrible. So Sky have got the monopolies. They just keep putting their prices up. So people are turning to extracurricular ways of watching TV, and it's just stupid. Like, do you see some bloke's just been sentenced to 17 years in prison for selling dodgy fire sticks in the UK? And that's because people are using them to watch the football. It shouldn't happen, but sadly, with the way prices are and the world's and a cost of living crisis, these companies won't drop the prices to help. So, oh, Maximum's got to do better than that. He's really got to do better, Sam Maximum. 35 minutes gone, 1-1. It's been a hell of a game so far. It really has. Yeah, it's still going. I mean, look at the in the UK here, man. So on Bing Spot. See, we can't even do that. If you don't have Sky, you don't get football. Um, oh, that's a great block. Oh, Gundogan should have done better. Yeah, so in the UK, the only sports that are on terrestrial TV here are like Commonwealth Games at the Olympics, and Six Nations rugby, international and England international games. Everything else is on Sky, which means if you don't have Sky, you don't see any Premier League games, any Championship games, any boxing, any NFL, any. What's going on here? What a block that is by Cancelo. What is Edison doing? I said it. I said before this game kicked off, are we going to see another goalkeeping error? And that was nearly it. But go back to what I was saying. Yeah, you don't get any of it. You don't get films. You can't watch films on terrestrial TV because they never have them on. So you're forced to kind of pay. You can't even watch like. And now what they're doing, like Matchroom Boxing. So Matchroom Boxing took their boxing in house on DAZN, which means if I want to watch DAZN, I've got to pay £8 a month. If I also want to watch Boxer, which is on Sky, I've got to pay for Sky, so it's £120. BT have Frank Warren's, so that's £30 a month. Well done, Nick Pope. Really good, Nick Pope. It all adds up, and the problem is the cost of living now is ridiculous that people are starting to struggle. So yeah, it's making life difficult. It really is, but I'm quite grateful that I can afford it. Like last night's boxing was on Box Office, so so in the UK, if you've got Sky, you pay £120. You got the full. It's 2-1. Get in. It is 2-1 to Newcastle. That is a fantastic finish. Fantastic finish, that is. Wow. Price this Christmas, the week shot. 72 euros a week. Fucking hell. How many are you in the house, dude? That's a great finish by Callum Wilson. 2-1 to Newcastle. Oh, this is going to be interesting, this. It's a long ball up to St. Maximum. What a first touch that is. He runs at John Stones. Callum Wilson. Oh, what a finish. Outside of the right boot, into the bottom corner. Man City need to answer back here because Man City have stopped doing what Man City do. And Newcastle are playing their part in this game to perfection. Wow. Wow. Newcastle are playing their part to absolute perfection. They really are doing this so well. It's such a good performance from them. That was a very good goal. Well, the missus and I have 170 euros a week compared to what we paid December last year to what we now pay. The price is an increase of 72. Okay, now man, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Well, I hope I can bring you a bit of entertainment, dude, to cheer you up. um, this is a really good performance from Newcastle so far. If they go in at the break 2-1 up, they'll be more than happy. What's Pope doing here? Fucking hell. What is it with goalkeepers at the moment? Like Mendy in the Leeds game, Edison's nearly made a mistake here. Nick Pope's doing that. What's going on? What happened to just putting your foot through the ball and getting it the other way? Yeah, what I was saying though is that last night I watched the Joshua fight, so that straight away cost me 30 quid for a one-off fight. Okay, so I pay £120 for Sky, £30 for that. That's £150 just on my Sky bill, and then the internet's £30-40 on top. Say I put it with Sky, £190 to Sky. Mental, man, mental. Just like this, 399, 569 for the same box. Yeah, is it over here? Asda have just released like a whole new range of. Well, they haven't. They've changed their design on to make them easy to be seen. Previously, their like Asda range was white. Now it's bright yellow. And it's interesting. People are going mental because of. But what's happened now is it's all over TikTok that they're now selling out of this food because people are buying it to do TikTok trends because they want to see what it tastes like. It's like you just people need that food. Stop. You know, I don't understand why dishwasher tablets have gone up. What's caused that then? Just inflation or this is such a good performance from Newcastle. If they can get a third goal here, honestly, I don't quite know. See, City, I don't think have played to their strengths very much this half. Since they've scored, they've had one or two chances, but not. They haven't really played the way City do. Kyle Walker playing central midfield at the moment, which is interesting. That's a poor ball. Joel Linton's done well there. What an afternoon of sport we've had. You're yeah, you're in the same boat as us. I think Rodri shoots. Good save by Pope. Nearly spilt it, but he got it. Yeah, massive inflation. It's according to an expert, even worse than crashing inflation back in the 80s. Yeah, you're in the same boat as us then, man, because we have inflation going to 10%, I think. So everything's kind of going up. The one thing that's coming down in the UK is fuel. Petrol's coming down. Like energy bills from January could be going have gone up. Some will be going up to like 4 grand. It's a horrible thought that people are going to be in fuel poverty. Paul Walker does seem to have gone more into central midfield. I don't know if that's a definite change, if he's kind of done it off his own back. Groceries overall increase of 20% since September is still going up. So is that caused by the war in Ukraine and your inflation, or what's causing it? Because ours has been caused by COVID backlog or backlash, which can't be avoided. But I presume, are the government going to do anything to help, or are they just kind of saying you're on your own, or what are they doing? It's a good ball from Rodri out to Silva. What a touch! Really good touch by Silva. A Kyle Walker, what's he doing in the central midfield? Sam Maximin, unless he's hiding from bloody St. Maximin because he's running absolute ragged so far. Oh, what a tackle! That is by Gimresh. Willock. Newcastle just won it. You can see it. They just want it more. Haaland's offside. He was offside. It was a poor touch anyway. The ball was good, but Haaland's touch let him down, I think. Three minutes of added on time here. Newcastle have been really impressive. If they come out and play like this second half, I think they'll be in looks in. I really do. Half time's going to be very, very interesting. Joel Linton's going to close Kyle Walker down. He's going back to the goalkeeper. It's really obvious, and Joel Linton's done well. He's forced a corner kick. There's a little bit of concern, I think, in the City ranks, which is interesting. It's so good from Joel Linton that corner whipped in, cleared by Edison. Good punch on that. Really good punch. That's a good ball by Almiron. Keep that ball in. Triffier's kept it in. Are we going to play on? So Shah's got an elbow to the face. Are they checking this or? Let's have a look. I mean, VAR has said that's not a penalty. I don't think it is a penalty. That probably should be noted. But yeah, very interesting. So that's 3 minutes up. We are into added time at the end of added on time. That because of that slight injury there. There's not been this much time added on, so why are we still playing? Oh, he's bought that foul. He really has. Oh, it's over the bar. Is that half time? And it is half time. So Newcastle go in leading 2-1 at half time. I really didn't see that coming. I'm going to take a quick break and I shall be back in a second, guys. Let's see. We'll review that first half when I get back. See you in a minute. All right then, guys. So we are back. I just want to quickly have a look at something. I deleted that one. I'm just going to quickly change the score, but only because I'm not overly happy with it. So you'll get to see me do this kind of live, which is going to be interesting. There we go. I'm happy with that now. We just move it. Oh God. Let's move it to there a little bit. Quite happy with that. There we go. So yeah, what a half of football. What a half of football. 2-1 to Newcastle. Absolutely never saw this coming in a million years. City started really well, really did. I think Haaland fluffed that chance, and I think that maybe gave Newcastle just a touch of belief. But it's certainly making life very, very interesting. It certainly made life very interesting now for City because they've got to come back and they've got to do better second half because at the moment they're playing pretty bang average. Because I'm telling you, City looked good. City looked good to start with, but Newcastle have come into this game and now they look very, very good. There has to be some. There's a lot of belief in that Newcastle camp for right now, and soon on there. Okay, so I'm kind of that first goal is complete fluke for Newcastle, but the second goal. Let's look at that second goal. The touch from Callum Wilson completely took Ruben Diaz out of the game, and then the ability to be able to finish with the outside of his right boot is superb. Stones has got to hit St. Maximin when he first gets that ball. If he doesn't, um, I think I said it. Do you know what? I said this in the Chelsea game. I'm going to put it out there. I said in the Chelsea game that I've got another prediction wrong, so I'm just going to delete these. Do you know what? I'm going to hide it. There's my prediction. So I said in the Chelsea game that there's no way that Chelsea could be as bad as they were first half when they come out for the second half. You imagine that Tuchel was going to absolutely tear a strip off. Here's the thing: they were as bad as they were first half. So, um, you know, they were um, as bad. And the problem you then have is that what can City do differently? That's the big question. What can City do differently the second half? Because they started really well, and then Newcastle just grew into the game, realised that they were going to have to sit on the back foot and counter attack. And Newcastle have got a front line that allows them to do that. This will be a really good second half of football for sure. You look at the stats, City have dominated possession, but in terms of chances created, it's pretty even. Um, I've kind of always had a belief that Pep Guardiola kind of keeps the ball just for the sake of keeping the ball, and I'm starting to feel that is the way today. There's very little cutting edge in Chelsea's play. Um, let's just do this very quickly. I'm just trying something to see if I can get that working. By the way, there is a way I can do it. Hang on. So there we go. Sorted it. That was really irritating me, but I admit. Yeah, you look at the stats. Chelsea, City, I mean, really good in possession as they always are, but there's real lack of cutting edge. Newcastle defended amazingly well. Got to have massive credit for Newcastle for doing that because plenty of teams would have crumbled under that pressure. Um, Newcastle didn't, and fair play. Let's just check something. The question will be: is can Newcastle keep up that intensity for the full game? If they can, then they're definitely in luck. If they can't, City will start to take over, start to take control, and then really kind of just take advantage of it. But let us know in the chat which way you think it's going to go. Are you back in City or are you back in Newcastle to see this game out? I don't know which way I'm leaning. I really don't know. I'm looking forward to this game. This half will be immense, I must admit. I'd be amazed if this half isn't full of excitement, just because of how Man City now got to play. If they don't play like they want to win the game, then what's the point? And then tomorrow night, remember, we are bringing you Man United versus Liverpool. It's early in the season for that game. It really is. And I don't know which way it's going to go. Um, I'm looking forward to this second half. Come on. City's bench is so strong, though. That's always worth remembering. I mean, Man City have a really good lineup and a really good squad depth, which other teams don't have. The more I see this finish as well, so in the first game, in the Leeds game, I said the more I see Mendy's mistake, the worse it gets. And I stand by it. The more I see that chance, the more I see the fuck up that he made, the worse it got. The more I see that Callum Wilson finish, the more impressed I am. And I don't think the pundits, the commentators, I don't think the media will make as much of it as they did. And I've seen the likes of Salah, I've seen Rooney, I've seen Henry all do the same thing and get masses of praise. I don't think Callum Wilson will get that, which is wrong because it's such a skillful finish. The ball's going away from him at pace, and he just managed he gets the outside of his boot on it, and it's a calm, collected finish. I think there's going to be more goals in this game, and I think the next goal has got to go to Newcastle if Newcastle are going to win the game. I think if City get back 2-2, they'll push on and they'll win the game as City do. It depends how angry Pep has gone, I think, at half time. But it's certainly going to be exciting. And we're about to get underway. There we go, we're underway. Second half. I think when you concede after 5 minutes to then go in at half time 2-1 up, especially when you are the underdog, it's impressive. And fair play to Eddie Howe. He got the tactics right. The players are. That's not a foul. That's not a foul. Cancelo's come bombing in, and Almiron's just turned it. That's not a foul. The referees, but in the Leeds game, it was the same. The referee's been pretty shit, to be fair. They've been pretty average today. The one thing the referee got right in the last game was the red card. I don't know who the ref is in this game. Joel Linton's done that, but how's that not a foul? If is he going to play advantage or? Oh, come on, referee! Cal Walker's just made 3 fouls there. He fouls Joe Linton, then he probably fouls Alan St. Maximin the first time. He definitely fouls him the last one. he's trying to climb over him and stupid. He's a player that I've always thought Kyle Walker has been overrated. He's a good defender, but he's makes mistakes. He's just lucky he's got pace, or he's always had pace to get himself out of them. But as he's getting older, his pace is disappearing, and he's starting to get found out a little bit, especially when he steps into midfield in this system that Pep likes to play. So Trippier going to take a free kick. It's on the left hand side, so it's going to be going in towards goal. It's going to be interesting now. Free kick to be taken. Rodri headed it into the back of a City player. I'm not sure who it was. It nearly fell to Wilson. This is going to be it started well, the second half. It's kind of started where it left in the first one. So he's headed it against Cancelo. He does. He's lucky Cancelo's hands are where they are, because if they're not, and it hits its outside of his body, it's a penalty. Ooh, Guimaraes, you know what? He's probably lucky he does make contact there, because he's off the ground out of control, and it's a scissored motion. Joe Linton, he's become a different player since moving into midfield. You know, he was signed as a striker, and since moving into midfield, he looks so much better because he's got ball control. He just can't finish. He can pass the ball. What the hell's Nick Pope done there? That's good from Guimaraes, and it's a free kick. Rodri, how has Rodri not been booked though? That's what I need to know really. He should have been yellow carded by now because he's doing this all the time. It's a good header from Trippier, but there's no one there. Almiron's not up with him. He should have been though. If Almiron's up with him there, it's a different ball game. Really is. So away record since August 2021 for City: 19 games, 15 wins, 4 draws. They've not lost away from home for over 12 months, or for 12 months. Guimaraes is injured here. It's a good challenge from Guimaraes, it really is. But what cost does that come? He gets a kick on the knee, I think. You know, he does get a kick. It's a follow through. It's nothing malicious. It's not a dangerous tackle or a dangerous challenge, but he has been one of their best signings, Gibbs. Really has. And you know, he's been so impressive. He always gives it all for the club. And I think the fans have really taken to him. It's so pointless. Make him walk all the way to the touchline. As soon as it comes back into play, we're going to let you on the field. Just let him stay on the bloody field. It's like when they do it and the ball goes near that touchline, they still let him come on the field, which means straight away you can make a tackle. Haaland, last man, Haaland shoots, hits the post, and Joel Linton gets it clear. That is a good effort from Erling Haaland. That's the first real opportunity we've seen of him. What a touch as well. Oh, it's a good effort. It's a really good effort. I think he did. Pope saves that as well. Sam Maximin, that's a foul. And that's a yellow card for John Stones. Nick Pope saved that from Haaland. What a save. Oh, do you know what? If you're going to make that challenge, you've got to make it out by the touchline. You don't make it in the middle of your goal, especially when Kieran Trippier is taking set pieces, because Kieran Trippier is a sensational free kick taker. But this is central. You know, you couldn't, if Trippier was to put the ball down himself, he wouldn't have put it in a better position. It's not, sorry, it's not quite central, maybe half a yard and a half to the right. No, does Edison gamble? Here we go, free kick. Oh, what? What's a hit? And do you know what's even what makes this better? Is this goes Edison's side. He gambled. Edison gambled that he was going over the wall and he didn't. He takes the step. What a free kick that is. 3-1 to Newcastle. Oh my days. Oh, Eddie Howe's going to go home tonight. He's just going to give the missus a wink and her clothes are going to fall off. That's how good Newcastle have been. That's how right the tactics have been. Oh my God. I did not see this coming when I started this stream at 2 o'clock today. 3-1 to Newcastle. Newcastle can't drop off though because it's still only a two goal lead here. That's great defending. Shea gets rid of that at the front post. Such good defending. Newcastle have defended since the goal really well. Wow. Oh my days, I didn't see it coming. I backed Man City 4-1 at the start of play. I backed Haaland as the opening goalkeeper. I backed Leeds to lose 3-0. They won 3-0. I'm just saying that I might have got the score right in both games if it keeps going like this. City are piling it on now. The Newcastle just need to get out of their box a little bit and press. That's it. That's it. Press. Good. They're doing really well here, Newcastle. They're compact. They've got good lines. And they're forcing City to go side to side. And it's a poor touch from Silva. Sam Maximin's down the wing. He's going to run Kyle Walker. He's got to run Kyle Walker. Oh. This is unbelievable. I said after the Chelsea game, City were the only team I didn't see having a performance like this. City, I said, would win the league by 10 points. I'm starting to question what I've said. And it was a big call 3 games in. It really is. But on this performance, Newcastle, wow. If Newcastle played like this every week, they'd be dangerous. But they don't play like this every week. And that's why they're not. But oh my God, what a performance so far by the Toon. Remember that tomorrow we'll be reviewing, before the Liverpool game, we'll be uploading our review of the weekend's action on YouTube. So make sure if you're not on YouTube or if you haven't dropped a sub yet, drop a sub over there so you don't miss out. But oh, this game is phenomenal. What a game so far. It's a good header by Joel Linton, but it means Trippier's out of position now because he tried to get there, but never mind. Somebody tell me which of these teams is the champions. Because Newcastle are outplaying the champions at the moment. Yes, City have had lots of possession. Yes, they've had chances. But they're losing 3-1. Alan Saint-Maximin, he has been sensational today. Joel Linton was looking for... Oh, he was looking for Willock. What a performance so far. This... I'm not a person who is lost for words. I will talk until I'm blue in the face, which is a good thing when you're doing stuff like this. But there's not many words I can find to actually describe how this game has gone. I genuinely thought it was going to be one-way traffic. I thought it was going to be a horror show for Newcastle when City scored so early. But since then, Newcastle's defence has been sensational. It's been tight, it's been compact. There's always been two lines. You can see it there. You've got the midfield, then the defence. They're not mixing into one, which is good. And they've just counter-attacked beautifully. That's the keepers. Oh, Cher gets there first, but I think Cher might have just pulled his hamstring there. That's not good because he's defended. He's been a rock. He's been really good. Why have you got Kieran Trippier marking Erling Haaland? Oh, that's a good save from Pope. Gundogan. Oh, what defending that is from Newcastle. Don't know having high feet in there. That's a good save from Pope. It's... Oh, Haaland makes it 2. 3-2. Diaz had a header that Pope did really well to save. It was straight at him, but it was short. And the quick corner, I think, has caught Newcastle out here. It's such a good finish. It's alert. Do you know what? It's a striker's finish. It's such a good finish. 3-2. What a second half we've got in store for us here now. Surely Newcastle are not going to throw this away. They've got to play. They've got to keep their heads on now. I'm not a Newcastle fan. I'm a Liverpool fan. But do you know what? I'd be devastated for Newcastle if I said it's nothing against City. City are a phenomenal team, right? They are one of the best teams in the world. But I'd be devastated if Newcastle don't win this game. They've played so well. They've just got to keep going. Look how much room Alan Saint-Maximin's got out there. Kyle Walker's not even marking him. He doesn't even know where he is at the moment. Oh, Haaland's through. Oh, he's fluffed it. What a save that is from Nick Pope, though. He came out, he kept himself big, and he's still 3-2. Wow. Oh, wow. What a save that is. Nick Pope came out, he made himself big, and wow, that is a good save. He's miles onside. That's such a good save. I don't think lifting the ball, they're going on about it on Sky, but I think if he lifts the ball, it hits him anyway. I think Pope does well. Put it this way, when Peter Schmeichel used to make those saves, it was a world-class save. When it's Nick Pope, it's almost like they're looking for fault because the words where it doesn't matter how you make the save. It was a bloody good save. So Maximin, Willock, that's such a poor cross. What's he doing? And now City are on the counter-attack. Kevin De Bruyne. It's end-to-end football. It really is end-to-end football. De Bruyne is having a dummy spit, but it's such a good game of football. De Bruyne, chance. Oh, Silva's through. It's 3-all. It is 3-3. What a pass. Oh, what a pass that was. Kevin De Bruyne, take a bow, son, because that was a world-class pass. They've just taken the goal off the Sky Sports. Sky, they put it back up now. Newcastle, got to get back on this here. And do you know what? It all come from a really poor pass by Willock, and that is such a good ball. It's such a good run. 3-3. Oh, Newcastle, what are you doing? What are you doing, Newcastle? I'll be devastated if they lose this game. They've done so well. And I know that sounds condescending, but they've outplayed at times one of the best teams in the world with what is a team last year and the year before that was fighting relegation. You know, and the thing is, if City come back to win it, we're all going to forget Kieran Trippier's free kick, which was frankly world class. Oh God, what's going on? I don't, I don't really know what to say other than wow. De Bruyne, ooh, it's gone wide. That would have capped it off for De Bruyne. He's played a world class pass, and I mean world class, right? And then he has a shot from 25 yards that just nestles top corner. Is Nick Pope injured? If Nick Pope goes off, I think it changes the game. I really do. There you go. Since Trippier's goal, Man City's got 2 goals, had 7 shots, and had 63% of the possession. It's just not even been close. City are going to want to push. I reckon. What score do we reckon then, guys? Who are you backing? Who are you backing? Because this has been phenomenal. Game of football. What a day of football. 9 goals in 2 games I've seen today. 11 if you count the ones in the Brighton game. And yeah, normally I can do 3 or 4 watch alongs on the bounce, which are 0-0s, 1-1s, 1-0s. This has been amazing this day. Really has. Such a good game. Such a good day of football. Remember, we're live on YouTube as well. Drop a sub over there so you don't miss out on our. I think there's a hamstring for Nick Pope there, just looking how he's taking that kick. But yeah, make sure you drop a sub over on the YouTube so you don't miss out on the content. There will be daily videos going up on there. He's done well there, Joel Linton. He really has. Oh, unlucky. "20 minutes to go in this game then. 3-all. I can't pick a winner. I mean, I'd say City are going to push on here and win, but Newcastle have been phenomenal. There's nothing. There's not. I wouldn't. If I had a choice between having one meal or picking a winner, I'd be choosing the meal. I wouldn't waste my last penny on a bet if I'm honest. But again, it shows how every team, and I was wrong. I hold my hands up. I said I didn't see City having a game where they struggle. Callum Wilson's coming off for Chris Wood, and is that Sean Longstaff will be coming on. Joe Willock's coming off for Sean Longstaff, so they're trying to get a few fresh legs on. But to me, taking Callum Wilson off is suicide. I think it's stupid. But let's see what happens. We've got 20 minutes to go. 3-all. 1 goal could win this now. I wouldn't confidently say there will only be 1 goal in the rest of the game, though. That's good from Diaz. And that's where, for me, Chris Wood is just not worth having on the field. They spent a lot of money on him, and he's an average player. It's a big drop off from Callum Wilson to him. Haaland. Gundogan's through. Gundogan. Oh, what a save again by Nick Pope. He's offside, but what a save. Wow, what a. Honestly, world class. Why isn't he England #1? Remind me. City are back in their groove now. This is how they started the game. 20 minutes is a long time to have to put up with City playing like this. 20 minutes is a very long time. Chris Wood, that is what he's on the field for, to win the headers. And yeah, I just don't know what he offers. There must be a young striker they could play rather than Chris Wood, but the problem is he's their first big money sign, so they're going to want to play him. He's done well there, though. Made the run in front of Diaz. Got the ball under control. I mean, Chris Wood will probably prove me wrong now and score the winner, but St. Maximin. Oh, God, he's such a good player. And the pass back to Joel Linton just wasn't quite right. It wasn't there. No, it was there. He just didn't execute it right. But Newcastle are still getting forward. They're still putting pressure on. Poor from Cher. Tried to force the pass in there and he didn't need to. Easy football. And again, it's just an aimless long ball. It's going to go back to the goalkeeper. Oh, it doesn't. And that's silly from Cancelo. Could see what Guimaraes was trying to do. Joel Linton, well played. Maximin, Saint Maximin. Oh, it's a foul. How is that not a foul, ref? Fucking hell. I think the referee's had a shocker there. He's given that as a foul numerous times, and it was 100% a foul. If that was Kevin De Bruyne, he gives it. He's just sent Kieran Trippier off. That's not a red card. I don't think this is a red card. I need to replay here, but if it is, it changes the game. That's not a red card. It's not a red card, referee. Fucking hell. It's not a red card. He's not trying to endanger him. He's hung a leg. VAR needs to look at that and go, do you know what? It's not endangering an opponent. He's hung a leg. It's a cynical professional foul. VAR need to do the job here. It's not a red card. And if you look at it in slow motion, you've got to look at it in. Yeah, it's got to be overturned. I said in the first half, the referee's had a shocker. He's had a really poor game. And if he doesn't overturn this decision, it's to stop the attack. It's not to endanger the opponent. I mean, that's it. He doesn't. There's no force. It's a clip. Referees don't often go to the screen and not overturn the decisions. There's no force to injure that player. There's no endangering the player there. The fact that look where the referee is as well, he should be able to see this. Yeah, he's overturned it. Fuck it, Rodri saying it's high. Why? That's exactly what VAR's there for. But the referee was on the scene. He should be able to see it. It's not a red card. It's yeah. I mean, that is what VAR works. That's when it works. Let's be honest. But now we're gonna. I think we still probably got about 20 minutes of the game left because of how long that actually took. But I do think Man City needs to look at that there and go, yes, it was high. Was it dangerous? No. And the players reacting the way they did, it shouldn't be happening. Essentially, what they're saying is, if that was them, they wouldn't be reacting like that, would they? And it irritates the fucking life out of me. They've just said it on Sky. It's exactly right. If a Man City, like they've just said, I use the example, Kyle Walker makes that challenge, Guardiola and all the City players are saying it's a yellow card. So when a Newcastle player makes the challenge, you can't then say it's a red card. That there. Rodri's barged into the back of Longstaff for something that's been given a foul all game, and he doesn't give it. The referee's had a really poor game. I'm not sure who it is. Let's have a look. He's had a poor game, the ref. I don't know who the ref is. Jared Gillet. He's had a shocker. Gundogan. Oh, and Haaland's put it over. So Jared Gillett, is this the one I think it is? Let's have a look. Yes, so this guy, right, he rose to fame because he was mic'd up for his last game in Australia before coming over to England. So he got rose to fame on TikTok and YouTube and everything else. But all he's showing is actually he's not good enough to referee in the Premier League. He's had a really poor game. So, and I'm not saying that because of that, because I've been saying it all match. He's giving things to City that he's not giving to Newcastle. The red card, he's on the scene. He's 5 or 6 yards away from it. If he thinks there's any force in that, I mean, for a start, the fact that he's gone with his right leg, which means it's only hanging, it can't have any swinging motion because it's physically impossible to bend your knee that way. Yeah, for me, he's not good enough. Sam Maximin's had a good game though. He's been the difference, I think, between Newcastle having some impetus up front and having absolutely nothing. He's had a really good game. I know a lot of Newcastle fans get frustrated with him, but I think he's played really well. Good head of that. I'd love Trippier to score the winner now, just because Rodri is one of those players who irritates the life out of me. He'll. That's right in front of the linesman. Hang on, Trippier's gone down holding his face. If there is contact there, it's a foul. I'd love to see a replay of that. I hope they show it because the linesman is right next to it. So I want to see a replay of that. Joe Linton gets back. City are on the attack here. This is again the 2 banks that Newcastle had has disappeared now. It's kind of it's fallen into a little bit of chaos, and they just need to get that back, in my opinion. Good ball in by Foden. St. Maximin's trying to put pressure on now. This is good from him. But again, this is what you lose when you take Callum Wilson off because Chris Wood is a stationary target. He doesn't close down. Rodri. Straight into Guimaraes. Oh, I thought he was going to get there, St. Maximin. I really did, but he didn't. I thought he was going to. De Bruyne. Almiron's got a chance now. But he strikes me as a really distinctly average player, Almiron. I don't think many other Premier League the Premier League teams would have him. That's a good tackle from. He's a good player though. Guimaraes, he is a very good player. Joel Linton again has been very good in midfield, and this is a chance. Chris Wood's got to play that early. St. Maximin now chance to run. Guimaraes is your ball. Guimaraes is your ball. There we go. Good pass that. See, I would have loved Guimaraes to just hit it. He had space and it was open for him. He could have had a shot, but obviously he didn't feel he could. So I'm really happy that Newcastle have kept attacking. I think they've done really well. Almiron's coming up. I think that's the right thing. Almiron doesn't really have it in his legs, I don't think, to play a full 90. Not at this pace, anyway. I think fitness is an issue for him. But he's done well. He's had a good game. Good header. Oh, Jesus. Botman, he's converted that. He thought he was playing rugby. It's shocking. It's, you can tell he's a defender. I mean, there's pointless giving defenders shooting tips because they'll never use them. But really good opportunity here for Newcastle. As the game ticks on, City are going to push forward. They're going to look for a win. It's a really good opportunity for Newcastle. Chance for Foden to run out of here. But Newcastle are defending really well. Rodri out to Cancelo. Cancelo look. Foden made his run, but Cancelo has played an aimless pass in. Really, I can see what he was doing, but Gundogan had made the run early. I do think. So this referee for me reminds me, and I don't support either one of these teams, so I'm fairly neutral in that. Yes, I'd love Newcastle to win, but I am fairly neutral. It reminds me of when you used to watch the likes of Mike Dean, Alan Riley, Howard Webb do a Man United game, and you'd always feel they were giving decisions to United that they didn't give to other teams. And I feel this today watching Gillette. I think there are some of the things that he's let go when Newcastle have had the ball, body checks and that kind of thing, that then he's given fouls for. He's been very, very poor. Yeah, I wouldn't like to see him do a Liverpool game because I just don't think he's good enough. I wouldn't like to see him do another game, but I don't get it. I will. Oh, there we go. He gave a free kick that time. Yeah, I just don't think he's done enough. I don't think he's played well enough. He's been a good enough referee, sorry. So we've got 5 minutes to go, plus added on time. We've probably got about 8 minutes, or 8 or 9 minutes left, I reckon. This has been good. This has been a really good game of football. 3-3. But will we see a winner? Oh, do you know what? A draw would be a fair result, I think, to be honest. Newcastle have played well. City have played well in patches, but that's a poor pass. He's lucky Nick Pope was there because that was a dreadful pass by Longstaff. What is he doing? City are just probing now. It's becoming a little bit more all City. But that is because of, well, Callum Wilson's not on the field, Almiron's not on the field, which means their only outball now is St. Maximin, who
is going to run out of puff at some point, you would think. Gundogan, that's great goalkeeping. That is world-class goalkeeping from Nick Pope. Absolutely amazing. Comes out, takes the ball, absolutely no issues. If he is slightly off, it's a penalty because you can see Gundogan's gone looking for that contact as well. But it's so good. So good from Nick Pope. That's a good ball from Trippier. That's a really good ball from Trippier. That's a free kick or a corner. It's got to be one of them. It's got to be one of them. It that look. I don't think he touched that. Then I think that came off Cancelo. Got to be one of them. The best example, actually, going back to the referee, sorry, is he booked Guimaraes in the first 5 minutes for a foul. And then when Rodri did it after half an hour, he didn't book Rodri. Even the commentators were saying it, the fact that you've booked one, you've got to book the other. You've made a rod for your own back. That you can't change it now because if Guimaraes gets sent off, then he gets sent off because of your mistake. That's not. I think he's just stood on his foot there, but again, probably give it a foul the other way. I think he probably has in this game. Foden with a chance to run. Foden shoots. Blocked. It goes over the bar. We are just reaching 90 minutes. We're going to see how much added time's on. This is going to be interesting. I really hope this. That I said before, I really hope Newcastle don't lose because they've given everything in this game, and they don't deserve to lose. They've had they've given it a really good go. Good ball in by Foden. Newcastle get it cleared. 5 minutes of added time. Guimaraes has got to just start putting. He's got to keep going here, Guimaraes. 5 minutes left. Good header away. See, now I understand why Wood's on because this is now going to be a bombardment. So that I can understand. That I don't dispute. I just think having him come on so early was a mistake. Guimaraes, what are you doing? Doing keepy uppies there? You've just got to get rid of it. Now isn't the time or the place to be doing it. That's Nick Pope. So Nick Pope, what's he doing? He's done well, Nick Pope. He's my man of the match. Sam Maximin's done really well, but Nick Pope has kept them in this game. There is no doubting how good Nick Pope has been. Sam Maximin, really good run. He's taken on Kyle Walker all game. See there, it's a foul. He doesn't. The referee's shit. He really is shocking. At what point is he going to give something to Newcastle here? Because I kind of feel for them players in that he's giving absolutely everything he can to Man City. Rodri is literally up on his shoulders done the old Sol Campbell trick, which is a foul. How the hell? Yeah, there's a foul. That's a foul. Oh no. Dan Burn is down. He's taking one to the face from Shah. After the ball's gone dead, Shah's gone to absolutely welly it away. And he's worn it in the face, full pelt. Um, it's funny. Is it Matty Target coming on? Matt Ritchie, sorry. Dan Burn will probably end up coming off here. He has just taken one straight to the face. Burn missing a finger. He is. Dan Burn's missing a finger. I never knew that. Oh, Dan Burn's not coming off. They're taking off Alan Maximan, so they're trying to strengthen up the back. I would have kept him on because he's your out ball. I mean, you've got minutes left. You've got a week off between games. Just, No, they're taking Dan Burn off. There's some confusion here. So originally we're taking Alan Maximan off for Matt Ritchie. I don't think Matt Ritchie's now coming on. Dan Burn is coming on off because he's just taking the ball to the face. And Emil Kraft has come on to replace him. Matt Ritchie isn't going to come on. I think the medics have actually said he's got to come off here, which, if he's taking it and showing any signs of concussion, is the best thing to do. It really is. Let's see how long we're going to add on. I reckon we've got another 4 minutes to play yet. But I think that's right. I think Alan St. Maximin is their out ball. You don't want to take him off and then risk not having the opportunity to run, because Chris Wood isn't going to run at them. I just don't rate him at all. Alan St. Maximin is the out ball. You go down the left hand side, let him run at Kyle Walker, who's been running that all game but has had the better of. Rodri to Cancelo. Cancelo with a great ball out to Foden. Miscontrols but gets it back. Back to Cancelo. Yeah. To Foden again. Foden in the box. So what a block. And that's why you leave Alan Saint-Maximin. He's now got the run. He's got absolutely nobody with him. They're now catching up. Oh, it's such a poor pass. It's such a poor pass. At one point then, Alan Saint-Maximin had 6 Man City defenders around him. There was no one else in the half. But that's why you lead him on. For me, that's why he's got to stay on the pitch. All the fans are whistling. There's another couple of minutes to play yet because of that injury. This is an exciting end, but you know what? Go down to the floor here, Nick Pope. 1, 2, waste some time. Nick Pope goes down. I think that's it. So for me here, Nick Pope is man of the match. He's had a phenomenal game. He's done really, really well. We're just entering. I mean, we're 2 minutes over the 95. I still reckon we're going to about 99. Just hoof. That's all they've got to do now is just get rid of the ball. It'll be interesting what Jared Gillette does because there's no way that injury was longer than 4 minutes. So that should take you to 99, right? See, for me, I think he's lost a little bit of control on the game. I think he's lost a lot of control on the game. I'm being nice, but that's a good ball by Silva. Pope comes, Pope takes. He is such a good goalkeeper. And that's it. That's the game. What an absolute brilliant game of football that was. 3-3 it finishes. It's Newcastle 3-1 up at one point. Thank you very, very much for watching, everybody. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this today. And I will catch you tomorrow night for Liverpool versus Manchester United from around about 7:45. I'll see you then, guys. Have a good evening and a good Monday. Speak to you later.